Raz, raz. Raz, raz.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Serdecznie witam Państwa w Muzeum Narodowym w Warszawie na międzynarodowej konferencji towarzyszącej wystawie artystka Anna Bilińska.
Accompanying the Anna Bilińska exhibition. Our aim was to develop the themes explored by the curators of the exhibition. The conference also concludes, or perhaps opens up new contexts and interpretations of Anna Bilińska's work, and I hope that it's the crowning of a multi-annual project operated by Agnieszka and Renata Higersberger. Anna Bilińska was an exceptional artist with a very international biography, so we decided that it was worth showing the lives of other artists in her generation. This is why we decided to invite some excellent scholars, male and female, to take part in this conference and to reflect together on Anna Bilińska's works against the background of other artists. And when we were trying to come up with what this conference should be like, from the very beginning we decided not to focus on the difficulties that female artists faced at the time. I think this has already been explored by many excellent scholars and interpreters. So today and tomorrow we would like to focus on the agency of those artists and their artistic strategies, which they very consciously employed. So the topics that will take us through the different stages of the conference will include migrations, the topic of that we will be starting with today, because the migrations were a very important part of many female artists' biographies, and they also determined where they went to study and where they lived. We will look at the international communities within which these artists worked, their friendships, their communities, which helped them pursue their careers, whereas tomorrow we will look specifically at the artistic strategies of Anna Bilińska herself. It is my hope that we will have fruitful and interesting discussions over the course of today and tomorrow. That is my wish. And right now I would like to express my gratitude to all those involved in organizing the conference. First of all, thank you to the amazing scholars who agreed to take part. I think this is evidence of how inspiring as an artist Anna Bilińska was and is, still is. So thank you so much. Thank you to Agata Jakubowska, Agnieszka Bagińska and Renata Higersberger for wonderful, inspiring conversations which allowed us to come up with the shape of this conference. Thank you to the museum, the Ministry of Culture, National Heritage and Sports. Thank you to our partners, including British Council. Very warm thanks to my colleagues from the Cultural Projects Department of the National Museum, thanks to whom we are able to meet here to talk about Anna Bilińska. Thank you to Alicja Latkowska and Marta Szymańska. I am absolutely honored to be working with such amazing professionals, and I would also like to point out that we are here today face to face, also able to communicate thanks to our interpreters. Thank you in advance to Mr. Artur Zapałowski and Dominika Gajewska for translating this conference. I would also like to introduce to you our deputy director, who will read a letter from our director, who could not be here today, Dr. Łukasz Gaweł. So I would like to invite Joanna Kilian, a deputy director for public programs, to read the letter from the head of the museum. Good morning. I have received an apology from Dr. Gaweł director of the National Museum, who cannot be here today. He is in Krakow. His letter is in English, so I will read it in that language. And afterwards, I will make a few personal remarks.
And gentlemen, I would like to welcome you on our conference about a unique Polish artist, Anna Bilińska. In today's world, we often talk of the new approach to history that is her story. I think that Bilińska, with all her artistic output and life, consistently wrote her story of art. She lived in times very difficult for women almost everywhere in the world. Her short life was an example of the power of women. With her talent, she stood out not only as an artist, but also as a social reformer. She planned to open an art school for women in Warsaw. Unfortunately, her life was too short for her to complete her ambitious goals. Despite that, we still admire her powerful art today. Today's conference is accompanied by the first so big monographic exhibition of Bilińska's work, curated by Agnieszka and Renata Higelsberger. I'm sure that this conference will contribute to a new reading not only of Bilińska's output, but also a new look at the history of art, her story of art. I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference and hope it will bear fruit in the nearest future. Enjoy your times in Warsaw. Łukasz Gaweł, director of the National Museum in Warsaw. I może po polsku, jeżeli można, chciałabym powiedzieć dwa słowa jako
a few personal remarks as a curator for many years and today program director. But for many years, I curated the Old Masters collections at the National Museum in Warsaw. I would like to share one reflection with you. Over the course of the last 10 years, the great museums of Europe, conscious of the scant presence of women, or perhaps even the absence of women artists in their Old Masters galleries, these big museums have in recent years organized several monographic exhibitions of artists from the 16th and 17th centuries, female artists. I would only like to mention a few. And these were exhibitions which essentially changed our way of approaching the art of the late Renaissance and the Baroque period. One of the first such exhibitions took place in 2016 at the Prado an exhibition of Clara Peters, a Flemish artist from Antwerp. This was followed by a comparative exhibition of two Italian artists, Sofonisba Angucciola and Lavinia Fontana. In 2020, the National Gallery in London organized an excellent exhibition of works by Artemisia Gentileschi. And these are just a few examples. But if we pay attention, and I had the opportunity to see those exhibitions, if we see those exhibitions and we carefully read the catalog, we see the image of amazing women who should very much be emphasized in art history. The migration theme is also very present. It was also present in the lives of those female artists from the 16th and 17th centuries. We can also observe a great variety of of how they lived, both socially and in terms of their artistic career. It was not just one model of being a female artist throughout the ages, but even if we compare two artists from the same time period, like Anguishola and Lavinia Fontana, these are two completely different ways of life, of pursuing an artistic career by women in those times. Two lives that were not strictly confined to the same formula. To conclude my personal motto, there's this beautiful sentence from Artemisia Gentileschi's diary, which illustrates the life of a very independent woman in the early 17th century. In one of her letters to one of the princes to whom she sends her paintings, Artemisia Gentileschi writes, "Through these paintings, I want to show one thing to you, O Prince, what a woman is capable of doing." And that was the only letter which she appended to a set of paintings that she sent to this prince. So I just wanted to introduce this accent from an earlier time. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good conference.
Dziękujemy, pani dyrektor.
Thank you very much to Joanna Kilian.
I will switch into English, as English is the main language of this conference. And let me just, I'm very happy to present you the chair of the first session, Agnieszka Rosales Rodríguez, our colleague, who is a great scholar. She's associate professor in the Institute of History of Art at the Warsaw University. And she's also chief curator of our department of the 19th century Polish art. Her scholar interests focus on the 19th century painting and art criticism. Agnieszka will chair this session, so the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to open the first session of our conference, which is entitled Vectors and the Transnational Nature of Women Artists' Careers in the Final 3 Decades of the 19th Century. We will present 3 papers of the illustrious scholars. And let me introduce to you the first one, who is Francis Borzello, whose remarkable books we know quite well. I mean, The Naked Nude, or The Women Artists' Self-Portraits, or A World of Our Own Women as Artists and Seeing Ourselves. Frances Borzello, who received her PhD at the University College London. I hope in a moment we will see and hear Frances Borzello. Hello, very nice to meet you. Welcome to the National Museum in Warsaw at the conference accompanying the exhibition, The Artist Anna Bilińska. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. And can I just say a great big tip to your technical team, because I don't mind writing, but pressing buttons is frightening.
So I will try to inform you if there will be some internet break and we won't be able to communicate well, I hope. But we are really very happy and honored that you answered our invitation. So please, you can start your first presentation. as we perfectly know, your main field of your scholars' interests is social history, feminist art history, and art criticism. And your books combine very well with the subject of our exhibition, and I hope you will open new context also to interpret Anna Bilińska's work. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And I shall begin now. I know that I must say dzień dobry and hello. Now, I've been told to hold my paper below my screen. I am reading it. I've called this talk Getting There, and the aim of the talk is to suggest that the era when women artists like Anna Bilińska were in Paris had its own special identity. It has a beginning and an end from about 1870 to 1897, the year the École des Beaux-Arts finally opened its doors to women. And its distinguishing feature is the women's conviction that there was no reason why they could not attain success as artists. In 1879, one of these women wrote in her diary, "I long for the freedom to go out alone. Without this freedom, one cannot become a great painter." The writer, Marie Bashkirtsev, was an upper-class young woman who had come from home in the Ukraine to study art in Paris, one of thousands in the years between 1870 and 1900 who left their countries to do the same thing. Her words have been read with huge sympathy by later generations who have taken Bashkirtsev as a mouthpiece for all the women who descended on Paris in this period. But in fact, not every female artist felt so hemmed in by protocol and social norms. Anna Bilińska, for one, spent many Saturdays exploring Paris with a companion. What we have with Bilińska and Bashkirtsev are two completely different women with two completely different responses to the same situation. Hardly surprising, since they were of different temperaments, experience, and backgrounds. Some of the women who arrived in Paris were rich, some were poor, some were bold, some obedient. Some came alone, some with sisters, many with friends. And one or two, like the wealthy Bashkirtsev, came with a ready-made household of relatives, a maid and a dog. However, all of them had one thing in common, the belief that Paris could turn them into artists. So how did this city become the destination for so many aspiring women artists at the end of the 19th century? Perhaps the most important thing was that the title of art capital of the world had passed from Italy to Paris. From the start of the 19th century, most of the great exponents of the most influential art movements were French. David with classicism, Delacroix with romanticism, Courbet with realism, and then, around the time of our artists' arrivals, Monet and company with impressionism. Also relevant to our women was the fact that Paris was the seat of Bohemia, that artistic society within the wider French society, which was first described and made exciting to the general public in 1851 with Henri Murger's Scenes of Bohemian Life. Readers were fascinated by the stories of artists who broke all the conventional rules the bourgeois lived by. Murger's fictional stories of free love, midnight flits to avoid the rent collector, a hand-to-mouth but always intense existence culminated in 1896 in Puccini's opera, La Bohème. Bohemia's existence made an allowance for this influx of female students, even though the women themselves, with the serious approach to study which defined them, would hardly qualify as bohemian. They seem to have lived extremely decorous lives, focused on learning and self-improvement. Their particular bohemianism lay in the novelty of them being there in the first place, unchaperoned, and as it must have seemed to outsiders, living as freely as men. And then there was the French history of women artists. Ever since the 1780s, when Queen Marie Antoinette granted patronage to Elizabeth Vigée-Lebrun, a career in art seemed possible to women, and several male artists were willing to train them. I've got a slide here that there. Is there a slide that someone is kindly going to put on the screen? Ah, no, wrong one. Go on, another one, next one. Yes, thank you. This painting is of the female art school run by Abel de Pujol in France. It was painted in 1823 by his wife Adrienne Marie-Louise de Grand-Pierre de Versy. I haven't got time to talk about it. Just a bit of evidence of art school. We've done that. French feminism, which grew stronger as the century got older, pushed for entry into the professions traditionally closed to women. One artistic result of this was the founding of the Union des Femmes Peintres et Sculpteurs in 1881. It held its first all-female salon in 1882, the year Bilinska arrived in Paris. All these developments helped make the city a magnet for women. Bilinska and her sister artists were not the first to travel in order to improve their artistic knowledge. A spike of feminist ideas at mid-century saw a handful of American women in Rome to practice sculpture and English women in Germany to improve their painting. And 100 years earlier, in the second half of the 18th century, a few women made it to Rome, the then centre of the art world. Aware that male artists were making their own version of the Grand Tour, a few women tried to do the same. For someone like the Swiss Angelika Kaufmann, it was simple. Talented from an early age, her father took her around like a female Mozart, ensuring that in Rome she made the connections that would stand her in good stead throughout her successful career. Can I have another slide? I think it's the one before this, please. No, before. I think it was the second, yes, her. Thank you. Who is this? Other women who travelled there did not fare as well as Kaufmann. For someone like the Scottish artist Anne Forbes, that's who this is, painted in 1772 by David Allen, was funded, I find this story extraordinary, was funded by a group of Scottish supporters to travel to Rome to see great art and make contacts with the British milords who hopefully would become her patrons when she returned home. Of course, she could not travel alone. No lady did. She and her mother were escorted to Italy by her brother, who then left the two women to live their respectably diligent lives. But while Angelika Kaufmann had an artist father who knew exactly how to protect and show her off, for someone like Anne Forbes to travel there with a mother with relatively few connections as a sort of gamble was unusual, and as it transpired, not a particularly good idea. Unfortunately, Anne Forbes lacked the stamina for such a venture. In a letter home, her mother wrote, "She does not have Miss Angelika's health, who rises at 5. Anne Forbes, it transpired, had headaches and could not start work till 10. What made our women different from their predecessors was their confidence in their right to be in Paris. While the women in Rome were invading a male space, our women believed they would be accepted by society and the art world on their own terms. What had happened was that by 1870, the Paris art world no longer had one face. Warring factions of painters, impressionists against academic artists, for example, opened a gap in which women could legitimately operate in their own female world. There were boarding houses where women could live, educational opportunities from artist ateliers to female-friendly academies, inexpensive rooms and studios to rent, and the chance to start climbing the professional ladder. A slide, please. Please may I have a slide? Next one. Yes. Oh. Marie-Louise Borzello records this time in her painting Les Amis, which depicts herself and her two roommates, the musician Maria Feller on the left, the artist Sophie Sheppi in the centre, and Breslau herself on the right at the easel, in profile. All three were Swiss, which is typical of the way the women tended to stay within their national groups. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh dear, not very good, but it doesn't matter. There were paintings of studio groups were very popular at this time, and a comparison of Basile's studio, which you can see, with the domestic atmosphere of Breslau's work deserves a lecture of its own. Haven't got time to go into that, but it's Breslau is so domestic, and yet she is saying as much about her life as Basile is in his painting. After 1879, American women, already intrepid travellers, had the benefit of a book called How to Study Art Abroad by Abigail May Alcott Neuraika, little sister of the author Louisa May Alcott. Neuraika had lived the life she was writing about, and in her practical 96 pages, she equipped women with all they needed to know. She suggests that it's perfectly fine to travel to Europe on your own by putting yourself into the hands of the ship's captain. She recommends London for watercolour, Rome for sculpture, Paris for oils. She advises her readers not to take the best underwear because it will only end up as paint rags. She lists inexpensive places to live, where to buy paints, which painters take women students, and how to eat on a budget. The news of a fully functioning female art community in Paris was spread abroad through the media. A story about women artists in Paris was irresistible to readers and encouraging to women with artistic ambitions, as well as to their protective relatives who could read how Paris was able to provide their sisters and daughters with a safe destination. The women inside this community, who came from all over Europe and America, were, to use modern terms, more like postgraduates than undergraduates. They had already trained in their own countries, and many had travelled to artistic centres like Dresden and Munich for further education, as Bielinska had done. Some were already semi-professional, like the Norwegian Asta Nordgaard. Slide, please. Next slide. Oh, one after that. Next one after that. Here she is in her self-portrait of 1883, which Asta Nordgaard had reached Paris aged 29 in 1882, and this self-portrait was made in 1883, and it shows us exactly how seriously she took herself as an artist. She's working on a huge altarpiece for a church in Norway, and while she is small, she is central. Heroically alone and proud, this is not a woman who feels she should creep politely around the male art world. Within this world, the women took responsibility for themselves, with money often tight. Bielinska was not the only one to teach a little or to accept private commissions. To save on living costs, they shared accommodation, as we've seen in Breslau's self-portrait with her roommates, or rented modest rooms and studios. Bielinska's account of trying to fit an easel into her tiny room speaks for all the women in these years who are happy to dispense with the conventional female niceties to forward their studies. First, I had to fold up the bed, she wrote. I sit against the wall on a small bundle turned upside down, with my paints and brushes arranged to my left on the iron cooker. In career terms, Paris offered these women two things. First, a good training in whatever form they chose to help them put their foot on the professional ladder, and second, access to the art world. At the Académie Julian, the two were entwined. For many, including Bielinska, a good training meant a version of the approved course of study available to men in the École des Beaux-Arts. At the Julian Academy, Bielinska was offered the opportunity to draw from naked and clothed models, compose multi-figure compositions, and be critiqued by prestigious male artists. But Julian did not leave it there in his mission to create professionals. He introduced an element of competition. In the past, research has shown that women's art had often been overpraised in words of amazed respect, which encouraged them to be too easily satisfied with their work. And there was no chance of this with Julian's system of critiques and competitions, which brought out the competitive spirit in the women, spurring them on to outdo their contemporaries. For the strongest among them, the critiques and competitions and rivalries stiffened their spines to get what they felt was their right. When they were not offered it, they took matters into their own hands and went to look for it. Bielinska took classes at the École des Beaux-Arts to learn the anatomy knowledge she lacked. Seeking to build up their schools outside their chosen atelier or academy was something that many women did. Their journeys, their journals and letters reveal them constantly checking that their training was as good as the men's. In 1883, Bielinska wrote, "My compositions are hugely praised by Monsieur Julien. He keeps one for himself, has works of better students hanging in his studio, but mine will be the first made by a woman." And in 1884, came second at our great competition for half-figure portraits. This really means something, maybe even more than my last year's medal, because all art students participated, including men, with several strong contenders among them. It was taken for granted by their teachers that the women were working to become professionals. When Rodolphe Julien suggested to Marie Bashkirtsev, one of his star students, that she paint a portrait of the women's class as a salon submission, it was naturally a way to publicize his academy, but it also showcased Bashkirtsev's talent and fed back into the women's feeling of belonging in the art world. Their self-portraits reveal this confidence. You got the next slide, please. Here she is. Just look at the lack of vanity expressed through Bielinska's self-portrait of 1887. A wonderful self-portrait. Her hair is escaping from its pins. She's got the brushes that reveal her profession, the forward-leaning pose that shows her energy. Her cheeky takeover of the model's throne, a knowing inversion of the traditional female place in art as model, not artist. With their legitimate place in the art world and teachers who took their professional expectations seriously, how could the women not feel they were in the right place at the right time? Their belief in their training explains why so many of them, Bielinska included, planned on opening art schools for women when they returned to their homelands. The Paris decades marked an era with its own special identity. One that should have its own chapter in the great book of art history, which is written with capital letters. A lull in hostilities in these years between women's desire to train and the obstacles they faced from society and the art world created a space for women to live and learn and start a career. But there is a problem. Art movements traditionally centre on groups of artists who share a style and a philosophy, but this is not the case with our artists. Not only did they practice different styles, but their language differences meant that they did not form a cohesive body beyond their presence in Paris. In the eyes of art history, women of the period, like the American Mary Cassatt, are worthy of mention. as an impressionist, she was on the winning side. But many women received what art history thinks of as the wrong kind of training in their Paris years, the losing kind of paint training. While Cassatt ticks all art history's boxes, academically trained women do not. Our women back the wrong horse in terms of many of our women back the wrong horse in terms of mainstream art history, which is why so many of their works are kept in basements, viewed by subsequent generations as technically good or even superb, but conventional, or perhaps worse, old-fashioned. Art history's focus on the artists of the period who conform to the mainstream family tree from impressionism to abstraction has served to play down these decades as an international moment of feminine self-belief. The scale and complexity of the female descent on Paris at the end of the 19th century is a phenomenon which still awaits official recognition, not just in the history of women artists, but in art history itself. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I would like to notice that we haven't translated the original title of your paper, Getting There, not to lose the two notions of the title. I mean, not only the geographical term, but all the phenomenon of the female careers, this professionalization at the end of the 19th century. Thank you very much for sketching us this female art world. We will start the discussion at the end of the session after the next two presentations. So we will be in touch at the end. I hope there will be some questions and some remarks concerning your great presentation. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite our second speaker, who will present the paper Baltic Women Artists on the Map of Europe in the second half of the 19th century. Baiba Vanaga, welcome. Baiba Vanaga, who studied art history and theory of art at the Art Academy of Latvia, and actually she's working at the Rondel Palace Museum. She specializes in feminist art history, especially of the women artists of the Baltic area. And she participates also in a research project, Women Agency in Latvian Culture and Society, 1870-1940, at the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia. Please, you can start your presentation.
So, hello. Okay, yeah, it is there. Thank you for inviting me. And so I'm introducing a little bit different migration routes of the Baltic artists. In May 1910, the Riga newspaper Rigasche Zeitung published an article about a private art school in Paris named Atelier Raphael and led by two Baltic women artists, Marta Raphael from Jelgava in Latvia and Eva Kordes from Tallinn in Estonia. The anonymous author of the article introduces the studio and gives useful advice to artists how to go about the beginning of their life and studies in the French metropolis, emphasizing that quote, "We gladly pass this information on because of the numbers of sirs and ladies from the Baltics who take up education in arts and crafts are increasing every year, and many turn their signs in Paris. The conditions of the city are not as familiar to us as those of Berlin and Munich. Quote ends. This is one of the rare publications that introduce local readers to artist studios abroad. However, extensive materials appeared in the press on foreign art, both historical and contemporary, revealing the shifting geographies of subjects, information paths, and authors' different personalities. Articles were sometimes published also about artists of Baltic origin studying or working at one of the major European art centers, showing that the migration of the artists in the 19th and early 20th centuries was very active. However, there are no articles in the Latvian press and Baltic German press of the late 19th and early 20th century addressing to aspiring women artists or describing their study experience abroad, except for the quoted article. And then I will tell you some words about the background of the Baltic situation and Baltic art situation in that time. The territory of present-day Latvia and Estonia was a part of the Russian Empire until the establishment of the independent Latvian and Estonian states in 1918. Following Russia's success in the Great Northern War, the eastern shores of Baltic Sea, is that today are Latvia and Estonia, become three Baltic provinces of Russian Empire, where for centuries Baltic Germans and Baltic nobility constituted a ruling class over native non-German serfs, Latvians and Estonians. In the 19th century, the art scene in the Baltic provinces of the Russian Empire and their largest city Riga, the present-day capital of Latvia, was fairly undeveloped. It was impossible to acquire good art education. The art market practically did not exist, and only a comparatively small number of artists educated outside of the Baltics were working there. Towards the end of the 19th century, the situation improved. The first art school for women was opened and exhibition life developed. The migration of Baltic women artists in the 19th century is mainly related to the search for a better artistic education. But in some cases, there are other reasons. In the Russian Empire and its Baltic provinces during the 19th century, women's access to professional art education was limited. And in this respect, the situation did not differ fundamentally from the rest of Europe. In the 19th century, aspiring Baltic women artists acquired their first artistic education from the local, professionally educated artists in the closer major cities of the Baltic provinces, and then continued the studies outside of the Baltics, mostly in the major cities in Germany and Russia. Although the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts played a key role in regulating official art life in Russia and its Baltic provinces, most Baltic artists in the 19th century were primarily educated and often chose to associate their artistic careers with Germany. This was because at the time the artists mainly come from Baltic German circles, but the first artists of Latvian and Estonian origin began their studies in the second half of the 19th century. In addition, the first women artists of Latvian and Estonian origin appeared only in the early 20th century. So, in this report, I will not mention them, and in examples of the biography, I will talk about Baltic German women artists who were related to the territory of present-day Latvia and Estonia. The most significant difference between the aspiring male and female artists from Baltics was that the nearest art school, drawing school of Tartu University, which existed from 1803 to 1891 in the territory of present-day Estonia, did not admit female students at all. The official art academies in Western Europe were closed to women up until the turn of the 20th century, and the most significant German art academies admitted female students only after the First World War, while St. Petersburg Academy of Arts started to admit a limited number of female students in 1870s. However, aspiring women artists at the time often studied privately under professors of official art academies. During the last decades of the 19th century and early 20th century, they began to attend so-called private academies, which were accessible to both genders, or studied at so-called ladies' academies, so in German Damenakademien, specialized art schools for women in Munich, Berlin, and Karlsruhe, or art and craft schools in different European cities. So, no? Okay. In general, the roads of aspiring Baltic women artists toward further education did not differ much from those of the young male artists from the region. In the 19th century, one of the most popular cities for further studies for Baltic artists was Dresden, where male artists most often studied at the Academy of Arts, while women artists studied privately with various painters. The earliest known examples are from the first decades of the 19th century. One of the first relatively professional women artists from the Baltic region was Gertrude Elisabeth Reuter. She had studied art in Dresden with the portraitist and master of history painting Tragot Lebrecht-Pochmann, who has been a professor at the Dresden Academy of Arts since 1815. Later, Reuter lived and worked in Rome. Her self-portrait, what you see now, is the earliest self-portrait of a Baltic women artist known to me. Another equally early example was Wilhelmine or Minna Kiber. She received her artistic education in Dresden with two women artists, Emmeline Humblot and Talia Elise Friedrich. Later, Kiber lived and worked in Dresden as a still life painter of flowers and fruits, but in the 1840s and 1850s also participated in exhibitions in Riga. In the 1850s, in the private studio of professor of the Dresden Academy of Arts, Adolf Erhardt, several aspiring women artists from Baltics were educated. Most of them had previously studied in Jelgava with Julius Döring, a significant painter and art teacher of the second half of the 19th century, who had been graduated from the Dresden Academy of Arts shortly before moving to Latvia. One of them was Ottilie von Bolschwing, who is a woman painter in the second half of the 19th century, what is the best represented in the public collections in Latvia. Although all of the preserved works, just over 100 objects, with the rare exceptions, and you see those two exceptions, are study-type drawings and watercolors. After returning to her native country, she worked as a portraitist, but soon quit because of illness. Educated under several local teachers and 2 years in Dresden under Adolf Erhardt, Elise von Jungstilling is more significant in Latvian art history as an art pedagogue and less as an artist. In 1873, she opened a school of drawing in Riga, which was initially intended only for women. It was the first art school in the southern Baltic region to be established by women, and it laid the foundations for art education in Latvia. The school was attested in 1879 by St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, which means that lessons at the school satisfied the necessary requirements and its graduates could continue their education at art academies or other educational institutions. Dresden also became the place for further art studies for Julie Wilhelmine Hagen-Schwarz, about which I will tell you a little bit later. Wilhelmine Schwank, whose works you are seeing now, and portrait painter Elisabeth Rudolph. In the second half of the 19th century, another very popular study place in Germany among Baltic artists was Düsseldorf, where several painters from the Baltics also became professors at the Academy of Arts. Here, some differences in the choice of foreign education centers between male and female artists can be established. because women comparatively rarely travel to study in Düsseldorf. One such example was Mathilde Port, who had studied at the drawing school of Elise von Jungstilling in Riga, as well as in Dresden and Düsseldorf. Here, her teacher was a religious painter, Louis Feldman, who was a former student of a Baltic artist professor at the Düsseldorf Academy of Arts, Eduard von Gebhardt. Port worked mainly as a portraitist in Riga, but according to the press reviews and separate surviving works, today she is better known as an altar painter whose works were located in several churches in Latvia and Estonia. In the second half of the 19th century, the most popular study destination in Germany for the aspiring women artists became Munich, where Baltic women acquired education at the Ladies' Academy of the Munich Women Artists Association, or Damenakademie des Münchner Künstlerinnenverein, the Royal School of Arts and Crafts, and the private schools and studios of various local artists. Munich has often become one of the stops in women's artistic education. The daughter of the Baltic landscape painter August Matthias Hagen, who headed the drawing school of Tartu University, Julie Wilhelmine Hagen-Schwarz, started her education under her father, later furthered her knowledge in Dresden, Munich and Rome. In Dresden, she studied with professor of art academies, the genre painter Christian Friedrich Gollne, in Munich, in the art school of the portrait painter Josef Bernhardt, and with the landscape painter Johann Moritz Rugendas, who became her mentor and close friend. In 1851, she continued her studies in Rome under the German painter August Riedel. During her study years in Munich, Hagen-Schwarz was one of the few female painters of the time who was able to establish herself among the male colleagues in the art scene of Munich. And afterwards, she was an independent artist in Rome. Later, Hagen-Schwarz worked as a portrait painter in Tartu, where she ranked amongst the most sought-after portrait painters in the southern Baltic region. She became the first Baltic woman and second woman in the entire Russian Empire who received the high title of an academician from the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts. The genre and still life painter Charlotte von Gavel chose Munich not only as a short-term place to study, but also as a permanent place to live and work. But Elsbeth Rudolph, several decades later, after her studies in Dresden, went on to study under painter Paul Naujen in Munich, and then at the popular school of Slovenian realist Anton Ashbe there. Afterwards, Rudolph moved to Tartu, where she was much in demand as a portrait painter and drawing teacher. During the 19th century, artist colonies outside of the art metropolis were also popular, becoming significant places of informal education. The favorite artist colony of Baltic women artists was Dachau, near Munich, where several formal students of Jungstilling Drawing School and other aspiring artists traveled to further their education at the turn of the 20th century. At the same time, several Baltic women artists have attended arts and crafts schools in Berlin and Karlsruhe as well. So there is example from the Berlin, so Anne von Waal. In the 19th century, Italy became a particularly popular travel destination for a growing number of educated people and artists. As early as the first half of the 19th century, several Baltic women artists chose Rome as their place of study and residence. Among them was aforementioned Gertrude Elisabeth Reuter, who settled there permanently, and Julie Wilhelmine Hagen-Schwarz, who studied art in Rome in the 1850s. From 1890, mainly in Rome, lived also Sally van Kugelgen, the daughter of the Baltic landscape painter Konstantin von Kugelgen and the granddaughter of the painter Karl von Kugelgen. She had been studied at the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts and became known for numerous portraits, but also for history pictures and depiction of Bible scenes. Also living in Rome, she often visited her Baltic homeland, where she painted portraits of local nobility and wealthy citizens. There is also evidence of shorter trips to Italy by the Baltic women artists. For example, a watercolor painted by Wilhelmine Schwank in 1885 depicts a Rococo-style room that contains many allusions of fine art. But behind the windows, one can see the landscape of Venice. Yeah, you can't see. There is the bell tower of St. Mark's Cathedral, the dome of San Giorgio Maggiore, and the tower of the Dogana de Mar. But yeah, sorry, you can't see in this light. In 1896, Elise von Jung-Stilling, the aforementioned founder of the private art schools in Riga, went on a trip to study ancient art of Rome and Florence and documented it in a journal. The other women artists from the Baltics, Ellie or Helene von Laudon and her companion Olga Filippo von der Launitz, helped Jung-Stilling to get to know Florence. Filippo von der Launitz's biography is unknown to me, but Laudon was educated in St. Petersburg Academy of Arts in the 1880s and then studied in Paris and worked briefly as a portrait painter in St. Petersburg. Around 1890, she settled in Florence and specialized in the works of Andrea del Sarto. In late 1902 and early 1903, the Riga Art Society organized an exhibition of her artworks in Riga. It featured copies of 16 painting cycles of frescoes by Del Sarto, which were painted for the Claustro dello Scalco in Florence and presented the life of the John the Baptist. The copies were in original size, so 2.5 till 3 meters high, and Laudon had studied them for more than 10 years. With the help of Riga Art Society, the exhibition later traveled to Vienna. A few months later, an album of photo reproductions was released in Riga, and there are examples you can see. In the second half of the 19th century, one of the preferred places of education among artists from Baltics, male and mostly male, was the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, where women were allowed to study since 1873. While several other, mostly lower-level official certificates of arts qualification were awarded to separate women artists already since the first half of the 19th century. On the basis of submitted test works, the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts awarded drawing teacher licenses, and this opportunity was used by many Baltic women artists. Often, women studied at the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts as auditors. Among them, there are also two aforementioned artists, Ellie von Laudon and Sally von Kugelgen, whose nude drawings and paintings have survived, quite a big number of them survived in Estonian and Russian museums. At the Academy of Art, Kugelgen participated in the most highly valued classes, those of history painting, but Laudon attended portrait and battle painting classes. At the same time, Helene Reichardt studied at the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, graduating in 1885. Before joining the academy, she learned painting under the local portraitist Julius Siegmund in Riga, later furthering her knowledge in Munich. Reichardt worked in her profession in St. Petersburg. The second most popular place of artistic education for Baltic artists in St. Petersburg was the Baron Stiglitz Central School of Technical Drawing. Today, the Stiglitz Museum of Decorative and Applied Art stores, for example, the study works of the Latvian Zelma Šleja, made in the 1890s, but I have not been able to find any information about her further professional activity. The applied artists, Marta Raphael and Eva Cordes, mentioned at the very beginning of my paper, also obtained their education at the Stiglitz School of Technical Drawing. There they specialized in porcelain painting. Around 1900, both of them received scholarships to study abroad after finishing school, and both trained at porcelain factories in Vienna, Sèvres and Limoges for a couple of years. There you can see one of like report letters and one letter to from about what shows where she was, where Marta Raphael was. Upon returning from Europe, both Raphael and Cordes worked at the Imperial Porcelain Factory in St. Petersburg for several years. And Raphael worked as teacher of Majolika lessons at the Stiglitz School of Technical Drawing at the same time. But in 1910-1911, both artists lived and worked in Paris. There they participated in exhibitions and had their art studio. It probably was not very popular and successful, as already in the autumn of 1911, Raphael and Cordes returned to St. Petersburg, resumed working at the Imperial Porcelain Factory. In the late 19th century, one of the most popular places for foreign studies was the French and art metropolis Paris, where Baltic women artists mostly chose to study in the private art schools. The first known Baltic women artists studied in Paris in 1880s. Among them was Ida Felix, but I'm showing the earlier work because she began her art studies in Munich in 1871. But in 1880, she went to Paris, where she studied under the academic painter and illustrator Luc Olivier Merson, and later remained there for a permanent life. She was actively involved in the Paris art scene since her study days, participating in the exhibitions of the Salon des Artistes Français and Société des Artistes Indépendants, excuse me, my French, exhibiting portraits, landscapes, architectural motifs, genre, and figure paintings. In the last quarter of the 19th century, she took part in exhibitions in Riga on several occasions. Around 1901, she painted the portrait of Sigrid af Rosales, student under August Rodin. It portrays the Finnish sculptor in her workshop on the background of her monumental relief devoted to poetic Edda. In 1908, this portrait was exhibited in the second exhibition of women artists at the Atheneum Art Museum in Helsinki. In the 1890s, Alice Dannenberg moved to Paris. After finishing the Jung Stilling Drawing School in Riga, Dannenberg went to Karlsruhe, where she studied at the School for Women Painters, so Malerinnenschule, in 1886 and 1887. Then 4 years of studies at Bern Art School followed. In École des Beaux-Arts in Geneva, Dannenberg then passed an exam to become a teacher, and around 1893 she relocated to Paris, where she shortly studied at the Académie Julienne and under several painters. Dannenberg had often had her artworks exhibited at different art salons in Paris, but she also showed her works in Baltics fairly regularly. According to reviews in the press, her artworks exhibited in Riga around 1900 were mostly landscapes and studies of travels. Venice, Bretagne, Italy. However, compositions of portraying domestic life of children soon become important subject of her art. Okay. In Paris, together with companion, Swiss artist Martha Stettler, in early 20th century, Dannenberg established an art school, Académie de la Grande Chaumière. The painter Eva Margarete Borchert-Schweinfurt from Riga visited the Academy in 1907 and wrote about this visit to her friends in Riga, to the Finnish singer Eli Rosentals and her husband, the Latvian painter Jānis Rosentals. Borchert-Schweinfurt noted that Dannenberg, together with her companion, leads a very popular painting school with at least 50 permanent students, where the Frenchman Lucien Simon and the Spaniard Claudio Castelluccio works as tutors. Shortly before the First World War, the painter Lyubov Sonia Grimm from Riga studied art at the Académie de la Grande Chaumière, and she remembered that in the early 1910s, about 400 students already studied at the school. Eva Margarete Borchert-Schweinfurt studied in Paris in 1898 till 1901. In her memoirs, she depicts the tidy environment of the Académie Witti in stark contrast to the walls spattered with colors and rooms full of smoke at the Académie Colarossi. Borchert-Schweinfurt remembers that about 30-40 students painted and sketched at the Académie Witti daily, almost all of them women. However, both women and men posed as models for portraits and nudes. Borchert-Schweinfurt went to study in Paris after finishing her studies at the drawing school of Jung Stilling. She spent 3 years in French art metropolis studying at the private art academies, sketching models in the crockery lessons and copying artworks at the Louvre and the Musée du Luxembourg, as well as attending anatomy lectures at the École des Beaux-Arts. Later, she complemented her education in engraving techniques under Maximilian Dassio in Munich and in painting at the Women's Academy of the Munich Women's Artists Association, as well as under secessionist artist Fritz Rein in Berlin. Following her return to Riga, she worked as a pedagogue in Riga City School of Art and mostly practiced portrait painting. When she returned to Riga after her studies abroad, Borchert-Schweinfurt brought a fresh perspective to Baltic art exhibitions. So with biographies, I'm now finishing, but we have quite a lot of them, also the traveling aspiring artists at the early 20th century, but to conclude. The migration of Baltic women artists in the 19th century was mainly related to the search for a better artistic education. But in some cases, there were other reasons. In the 19th century, one of the most popular cities for further studies for Baltic women artists was Dresden. As early as the first half of the 19th century, several women artists studied and lived in Rome. In the middle of the 19th century, education in Munich became even more popular. Starting the 1870s, St. Petersburg became significant. Since the 1880s, Baltic women artists often chose Paris as the place of their further education. Some Baltic women artists of the second half of the 19th century and early 20th century returned to their homeland after studying abroad and brought new winds to the local art life. But quite a few chose not to return and stay in their study city or other European art metropolis, fully integrated into the local art life. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for showing us the map of the itineraries of the Baltic women artists. By the way, they are quite similar to the Polish women artist roots, not only women artists, but the centers are exactly the same. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite Dr. Ewa Ziembińska, who will present her paper on Are Women Artists Allowed to Sculpt? From Poland to Paris and Back, Artistic Roots of Polish Women Sculptors in the 19th Century. Ewa Ziembińska, who is curator of the National Museum in Warsaw, the head of the Department of Sculpture in the Ksawery Dunikowski Museum of Sculpture, which is a branch of the National Museum in Warsaw, who is a graduate of the Institute of Art History at the University of Warsaw and of the Institute of Literary Research at the Polish Academy of Sciences, well known as the curator of many exhibitions, among others, that one on Sara Lipska. You are welcome.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo dziękuję organizatorom za zaproszenie mnie
for inviting me to take part in this conference, to be among the speakers at this conference. It is an honor to be in such esteemed company. I realize that the time I have been allotted will not allow me to develop a number of issues. I will just mention them cursorily. I will not provide detailed dates, the exact dates when certain artists arrived in Paris, but a number of dates are important, so I will give them. The question in the title of my presentation, which might sound rhetorical, perhaps even provocative or outrageous today, did not have a clear answer in the 19th century. If we follow the lives of many women artists of the period who wanted to sculpt, if we look at their efforts, if we read the critical texts and accounts of exhibitions of their work, we will see that they were consistently denied this right. The issue of women sculptresses, Polish women sculptors in the 19th century is much less studied than the issue of women painters. But from the standpoint of today's standpoint, it is sculptresses who we should be interested in because of their attitude and their struggle to practice an art form that had been seen as non-female, unwomanly, whereas painting and drawing was part of a woman's education and seen as developing their sensibility or aesthetics. Sculpting, modeling in clay, casting in plaster, or chiseling in stone was not seen as womanly. Sculpture, which is dirty and dusty and involves physical effort, was seen as masculine. Challenging social norms was only for strong women who wanted to be sculptors. In 19th century Poland, this goal was all the more difficult owing to the social and political situation. There were no schools where women could study, there were no commissions for monuments, and official commissions for portrait sculpture or park sculpture. This was an obstacle, and it was far more difficult to become a sculptress than a woman painter. Nonetheless, in the history of Polish sculpture, there were a number of women who achieved this goal, studying in Paris, above others. Their work and career shows that they were successful. Part of them wanted to transfer their experience into Poland and even establish schools for posterity, for new generations of sculptresses. And it was difficult because women were not allowed to practice sculpture, but even to look at sculpture. In a letter about art, Published in 1875 in Gazeta Polska, the sculptor Cyprian Godebski deplores an exhibition, Poor Sculptor at Warsaw's Zachęta. Poor sculpture, poor sculptors. Seeing this den in which the sculptures were placed, it would seem that this once noble art in such decline that it has to be hidden rather than exhibited, and many a father will hesitate whether it is fitting to take their daughter to see the exhibition. As Magdalena Kassa emphasizes, this quote shows not only the emerging awareness of the requirements for a proper exhibition that sculpture requires, but also makes us aware how limited the access of women to sculpture, especially young women who are chaperoned. The question of proper exhibition of sculpture and its accessibility at exhibitions in the 19th century has to do with the nature of Polish sculpture. Another has to do with the needs of the creative process. To sculpt, an artist needed a furnished atelier, tools, furniture like stools and table, and materials and supplies, and lots of space. Working in stone and casting in bronze needed financial outlay. So only artists who had assets of their own or who enjoyed the support of wealthy families could afford to do so, to practice sculpture. What mattered was the educational process and the possibility to study sculpture. Women had to do a lot in order to become full-fledged students of the Academy of Fine Art. Access to an artistic education that could make women professional artists is at the foundation of the question asked half a century ago by Linda Nochlin, why have there been no great women artists? It was in the 19th century that the slow process of women obtaining the right to take part in social life, to create, and to an emancipation. This was a process that sculptresses were also involved in. In the 19th century, in Warsaw, Kraków, and Lwów, there were a number of private schools where women could study. The oldest of these was the Warsaw-based painting school for women, founded by Henryka Beyer, which existed in 1824-1833, and taught drawing and painting flowers. At the end of the 1880s, in Warsaw, there were a number of schools for women, such as Halina Tokaszewska's school or Ludwik Wiesiołowski's school, where the curriculum included not just painting, but also sculpture, technical draftsmanship, but also architectural drawing. In Lwów, since 1891, there was a school of painting and sculpture, the first whose name included the word sculpture, 1891. And the most important one in Warsaw was Wojciech Gerson's private school, founded in 1867, which had special courses for women. Many future painters studied here, but also future sculptresses, even though a sculpture was not on the curriculum. Natalia Andrioli and the daughter of the founder, Maria Gerson, were students, both of whom went on to continue their education in Paris. It was only the Kraków school, founded in 1868 at the Technical Industrial Museum, the so-called Baraneum, the advanced school for women run by Dr. Adrian Baraniecki, that taught sculpture at a high standard. Marcel Gujski ran the sculpture atelier. He was a well-known artist who had studied in Rome at the Academy of St. Luke, previously lived in France, and also taught at the School of Fine Arts in Kraków. The well-known and often reproduced photograph of students at the Baraneum shows 5 young women. Usually, only Olga Boznańska, a painter, is captioned. 2, however, is identified by name, but 2 of the women in the photograph were Tola Certowicz and Antonina Rożniatowska. Unlike the remaining young women. Only they are making expressive gestures. Certowicz is wearing a smock over her dress and shows a bas-relief that she had made. This smock shows the dirt, the grime that a sculptor has to do with. Rożniatowska, in a dress with a high collar, is posing with a mallet and chisel next to a female bust. Her facial expression shows self-confidence and strength. They would go on to become preeminent Polish sculptresses of the late 19th century. Certowicz and Boznańska knew each other, and one other piece of evidence is currently held in the National Museum in Krakow, is a drawing signed by both artists. Several years after this photograph was taken, Rożniatowska would teach modeling for beginners at the Baraneum, and in 1897 the School of Fine Arts, founded by Tola Certowicz in Kraków, was opened, where Tola Certowicz was in charge of the sculpture atelier. This was financed by Certowicz herself out of her dowry, organizing the work of the school. The curriculum was modeled on the Académie Julian, where she studied at the recommendation of Anna Bilińska in 1884. And I'm sure you know this photograph. This is Anna Bilińska, and I believe, looking at other photographs of Tola Certowicz, that the person with the open book is Tola Certowicz. After coming back from Paris, Certowicz and Bilińska intended to open a school for women. It is difficult to understand, as Agnieszka Morawińska points out in the catalogue to the Bilińska exhibition, why women who were discriminated wanted to open a school just for women and not open an academy for all students. However, for many young artists, their experience in Paris and studying at the Académie Julian influenced their entire output. This was the case with sculptress Natalia Andrioli and Tola Certowicz and Maria Gerson-Dąbrowska. Before she went to Paris and began studying at the Académie Julian in 1896, Gerson studied sculpture in private studios of Warsaw sculptors Hippolyte Marczewski and Jan Wojtyga. Paris gave many artists a creative freedom, and for women it was also a way for loosening the social mores and transcending certain social standards that gave them more freedom. In Paris, the way was paved by sculptress Hélène Berthaud, who opened the first sculpture school for women in 1873. And in 1881, she founded the Union de Femmes Peintres Sculpteurs. The following year, exhibitions of works by women artists at the Palais de l'Industrie attracted a lot of interest, and there were Polish sculptresses taking part. The Union of Female Women Painters and Sculptors its goal was to gain recognition for female artists, professional women artists. It was an important stage of the campaign for to allow sculptresses to work and to be on the jury of the Salon at the Institut Français and at the Prix de Rome. And surprisingly, in 1911, Lucienne Evelmans wins first prize in the Prix de Rome competition in sculpture, whereas it was only in 1926 that she won the prize in painting. Tola Certowicz was a student, studied with Berthaud at the Académie Julian. She took part in exhibitions, and it was Berthaud who would have inspired her to found a school in Krakow. At the school she founded, at the school, she taught sculpture and employed leading so-called young Polish and symbolist painters like Jacek Malczewski, Jan Stanisławski, and Włodzimierz Tetmajer to teach painting. They also taught art history. Following Rudolf Giuliani, she gave prizes to the best students and medals at the end of each academic year, even though the school existed for barely 4 years, because she had to shut it down when her money ran out. The press reviews wrote about the work of students. In 1899, Głos Narodu recognized the work of Jadwiga Malinowska, Maria Niedzielska, and Anna Gramatyka. Another student at Czertowicz's school was Maria Niedzielska, who went on to continue her studies at the Académie Julian, and after coming back from Paris, she established a similar school for women, with many outstanding female artists as alumni. Zofia Stryjeńska, for one. Czertowicz was also involved in social work. She headed the circle of women artists in Kraków. To become a sculptor, apart from character, women needed the support of their family, material support above others, but they also needed the consent of their father, because as Joanna Sosnowska worked, it was the father who decided what the daughter could do. Maria Gerson was supported by her father, who was a painter. Tola Czertowicz came from Berdyczów in Ukraine, and Antonina Rożniatowska came from the same region. They were both born to noble families, the landed gentry, whose families supported them. Natalia Andrioli was also a student of Gerson, and Eliza Brnicka, an amateur artist married to Zygmunt Krasiński, had the support of their spouses. Despite increasing professionalization and despite the emergence of women sculptors, their work was not profitable, so they had to make money teaching. But given the traditional mores and the gentry morality of the turn of the century, as Anna Żarnowska points out, this was seen as a social degradation when daughters taught or were tutors. So this might be why. This might be one reason why Tola Czertowicz donated most of her sculptures to various institutions like churches or museums. Columnist Maria Chełmońska, in a text entitled Why Not Sculpture, encourages women to work for money, but says that it's difficult to sculpt, which is why she advises that women practice applied small-scale sculpture. This is a text written in 1896, and a decorative sculpture that could easily be sold. Women sculptors produced technically correct work, portraits, plaques, funerary sculpture, and religious sacred sculpture. We rarely see emotions, expression that would go beyond a conventional bounds. One exception perhaps would be Rożniatowska's The Lotus, or a very expressive sculpture by Czertowicz at the Church of the Pauline Fathers in Kraków, a bust of Augustyn Kordecki, the prior of the convent, who commanded the defense of the convent monastery in Jasna Góra in the 17th century. In the output of Polish women sculptors of the 19th century, nudes do not exist, are very rare. One exception is Natalia Andrioli's Sleeping Cupid, and two sculptures by Tola Czertowicz, one of which I have shown, one of which is on display at the Belinstra exhibition. All these works had been made in Paris. In the late 19th century, women were still constrained by traditional morality, despite the developing awareness and social progress. Being a sculptor for women was seen as a threat to the patriarchal order and as an offense, an insult to morality. Because sculpture involved contact with a naked body, touch is necessary, working with materials. The sensual nature of this act of creation was highlighted. When women chose to sculpt, it was stepping beyond the bounds of the old order. They transgressed the order, and it seems that women sculptors were the most emancipated. If we look at the work of Polish women sculptors, nudes are very rare. However, Czertowicz produced two nudes, male nudes, but the body is only partly revealed, exposed. The sitting male nude, a sculpture that won a prize at the Paris Salon in 1888, depicts a frail young man with his hands around his knees. A Polish critic wrote that such a correctly, properly modeled nude, that no male sculptor would be embarrassed of such a work. A year later, Czertowicz produced Morpheus, which is now part of the fountain in a garden in Kraków. Donated by the artist. Morpheus is shown as a bearded man in the prime of his life, with a loincloth decorated with poppy flowers and an owl at his feet. This work foreshadows symbolism in Polish sculpture. The sculpture was cast in Paris. Writing about Czertowicz's work in 1902, a critic wrote that technically, apart from other properties, there is a huge energy. Without someone who doesn't know who sculpted it would think that it was the work of a man's hands rather than a delicate woman's feminine hand. A few years later, another critic saw a truly masculine flair in her work. What is symptomatic is that many women sculptors at the end of their career specialized in religious sculpture, as was the case with Natalia Andrioli, who ran studios that produced sacred sculpture. Tola Czertowicz moved from Kraków to Warsaw and became a nun, but continued to sculpt, and this was also the case with Amelia Jadwiga Łubieńska, who was slightly older than these women sculptors I mentioned. After studying in Kraków, she chose to go not to Paris, but to Florence, where she successfully ran a studio. In the collection of the National Museum in Warsaw, there is a marble bust of Italian model Teresina that alludes to Renaissance sculpture. 19th century sculptresses paved the way for many young, talented women from the new generation of artists, thanks to their strength and resilience and perseverance. In further generations of women sculptors emerged in Polish art history. In 1904, the Warsaw School of Fine Arts began accepting women as full-fledged students. At the time, they made up 60% of the students, and the sculpture atelier was headed by one of the leading Polish sculptors, Ksawery Dunikowski. As Agata Jakubowska points out, a number of critical statements show that transcending femininity in art was one of the main criteria for assessing the quality of the work. If we consider that sculpture in the 19th century was considered to be masculine, practicing sculpture in itself was a transgression of the order. Hence, 19th century's women sculptors are objects of admiration and that are inspiring, not just with their art, but with their attitude in general. Thank you very much. Thank you for this extensive overview of the careers of Polish women sculptors, which complements the way we see Anna Bilińska. And in closing, let me just add that Ewa Ziembińska is also preparing an exhibition at the National Museum in Warsaw, which will be about women sculptors from the Borzello atelier. And now I think we have half an hour left, and before the break, and we can have a discussion or questions and answers. If I could ask you to arrange the stage so our speakers can take their seats.
I'm looking for Baiba. You are welcome, please. So Ewa, yes, we could. In a moment, we will try to contact also with Francis Borzello.
You can also see on the right side.
Yes, I would like to mention that you can ask the questions in English or in Polish. All your commentaries will be translated. First of all, before we will start, I wanted to ask all of you if we could measure in a way to which extent the women artists working especially in Paris, in the most important international center, tried to become transnational. If they really supported themselves in the different unions of women, communities, more than the men artists. And the second part, how they tried to use this experience of the academic training in their own countries. Ewa presented that quite in a broad context, showing the schools of women. Do we know any examples of the emancipated women artists who tried to trespass those academic conventions after they came back to their countries?
Okay, I will try. So that I would not say that it's directly I can answer about after returning from Paris, but the first art school for women were made by women artists who trained in Dresden, and I know that the other students from Adolf Erhard in Dresden, that there is also in Russia also there his students made the private art schools. But Elise von Jung-Stilling, when she made this art school in 1873, so it was the first art school at all in the Latvian territory. At the beginning, it was intended only for women. Only when started like competition, then was one more for all students, so male and female students made. Then she opened also but she invited also as teachers male and female artists. So that was no difference who is in charge and in aspect of gender. But those who came about those living in Paris conditions, and so I would say that Baltic women artists mostly lived and worked together probably with German speaking, so Swiss German artists, because of language it was easier. But as I found that there was one example where the Finnish artist, I was trying to find something which explains what happened and how they met and where they met, but actually I didn't manage to find nothing. So that's...
I was interested if they really assimilated also or mingled staying in Paris.
So those who stayed, really, Ida Felix and Alice Dannenberg, they participated in all exhibitions, and they were like, yeah, there was always said that they are like Russian artists because they came from Russian Empire, but actually they lived and worked in a situation. But Alice Dannenberg, when she made the school together with the Swiss artist Arthur Stettler, so but the teachers at the school were French as well. So that was, they really went in the art life. So for those two, I can say that they assimilated. They sometimes sent some works to their homeland just to show, but those who stayed, I would say yes.
Ja myślę, że bardzo ważną kwestię.
I think that you touched on a very important issue here, Agnieszka, namely sort of female solidarity and mutual support. Because it was kind of hard to get into the Académie Julian, so getting a recommendation from another artist or a student that opened doors. So women did need to support each other, also while traveling, as we saw in the first paper. But this issue of recommending fellow students to get into the academy, sharing rooms, renting rooms together or studios, that was a type of support. And it also led to close contacts, close friendships, and allowed these women to function, to make a living. Just think of certain social norms, such as being chaperoned at the Académie Julian, so you could take part in classes. In relation to female sculptors who are supposed to sculpt naked bodies, that was really a transgression. So here, I think the mutual support that female artists gave each other was important and really made it possible for them to function. And I'd like to ask the same question to Frances Borzello. In fact, I'd like to thank her for
social conditions of the females' careers. Please don't hesitate to ask, to comment. I'm encouraging you to the discussion. My colleague Zofia Machnicka will pass the microphone. The first one is Professor Michał Hake.
Thank you very much.
Of the Poznań University.
Let me put a question in English. I have 3 questions. One to Frances Borzello and 2 to Baiba Vanaga. Let me start from the second paper. Listening to your paper, which was very interesting, thank you for it. I wondered whether Bielińska was a Baltic artist. I don't know what the answer could be, but my question is whether it would be better to say not about Baltic artists in context of your paper, but about the German artists from Baltic area. That's my question. And okay, so I don't know, first answer and then second question, or 2 questions first?
Yes, please, first
Okay.
the answer and then the second.
Okay, thank you. That's the explanation about this Baltic or Baltic German. It's very hard actually because it comes from history, but historically They were like German speaking, but not really all of them were German. So there could be Jewish and other nations who were like in these circles living in Baltics, but they themselves, the people till the Second World War, the German-speaking minority in the Latvia and Estonia, they always said we are Balts. So we are Baltic people. They didn't use this German. It came only like in political niveau, in like authoritarian. So in 1930s. So normally they used and they said that they are Baltic artists. But when it was described in some I don't know, when they participated in the exhibition, there was actually said, and if you are looking in Wikipedia today for some of them, there is said that they are Russian artists because this was the territory of Russian Empire, and that's why it was so called. But actually they themselves, so till the middle of the 20th century, they always used the word Baltic. So that is what they thought, they are Baltic artists.
Okay, second one. To Professor Borzello, as we know, in art history, we have such a stable vision of art history from the middle of 18th century, from Diderot, then all these modern movements like Realism, Courbet, Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, and so on and so on. My question is whether the history of women artists prompt us to change this view, or is the history of women artists covered with this typical standable vision of modern history? Or we have two histories of art? So men history of art or women history of art, or they are covered together? Thank you.
Well, that's a question nobody can answer. I think there is a history of art, and if you put aside your radical tendencies to change the world, we have a history of art, but I think we have to see it as incomplete, and it needs rethinking, and it has been rethought since the 1980s, probably. I once edited a book with someone called The New Art History, which was all about different kinds of art history. And we got different people, a feminist art historian and a whatever, a Marxist art historian, to talk about what was wrong with art history. So it's a question that is unanswerable. I think what I was trying to say, and quite honestly, I wasn't clear what I was trying to say till last night at about 4, is that we've got art history, let's accept it, but let's broaden it, that's all. And I'm just making a plea for including this time when women started to get, mature women went to Paris to learn and to get on the professional ladder. Let's just consider it as one other episode in art history, because it isn't. When you read about, there's been some wonderful research done. I mean, Académie Julian, which has very good archives, has been covered very thoroughly. And you listen today to the two speakers who followed me. I'm not an expert, their research is wonderful. But at the moment, it seems to me with this period, it's almost like there's a jigsaw with the picture missing. And we have all these pieces about the Baltic artists and the wonderful Polish sculptures, people with such knowledge, detailed knowledge. I suppose I want, because I don't care anymore, because I'm ancient, I suppose I dream of a whole chapter in the history of art that gives a picture of this era, because everybody should know about it. Everybody should know what happened, that there was this special change at that time. And, well, that answers your question, doesn't it? I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Some more questions. Paweł Freus.
So my question would be, I have an impression that these female artists they looked for integration on the gender level, which is a difference to male artists at the same time. Let's say the Polish colony of artists in Munich in late 19th century, they looked at integration on the level of the national level. Is this impression right or wrong?
Please,
I
Francis
think
Borzello.
Yeah, I think it's right. I think that the women understood at this time, it's a specific time, the women were ambitious. They had been ambitious, wanting to be artists, certainly since mid-century, as has been shown in the talks we just had. But they understood that they didn't have, women are clever. They understood that if they were to get anywhere, they had to have the same training as men. I don't know if that's what you really mean by integration. I suspect it may not be. But that's my answer to you. The others probably have something more interesting to say.
Thank you.
Can I maybe add something about the women in Baltics? So that's, I would say that the problem in Baltics, in Baltic German society, it was so that it was not a problem that women became an artist. And actually, at the early 20th century, there was the Baltic Artists Association, and there half of the participants was female artists. So that was not, and in this like Baltic or Russian, also in this art, it was not so big problem. And they, in Baltics, we have no, like in this period till the First World War, there is only one exhibition which is only of women artists. Mostly there is like Baltic artist exhibitions, and they were exhibiting together. So it was not so I don't know what they wanted, they thought, but they just wanted to work. And I would say that those who could study abroad, when they returned, they were also seen as artists. And nobody said that, okay, Latvian critics mostly, but they didn't like the German artists at all. But in general, they were not said that there is different, like male or female artists. There was like Baltic artists, and they participated, and they have seen in a common scene, and they work together, and there is no such, sometimes they use like describing females artists like she has something masculine, but they never said like there is a feminine art or that's just females art. So mostly in Baltics, it somehow happened that they could work together and they exhibited together. So that's probably was, if they stayed there, they wanted to be together.
So it means there were no societies of women artists, and did they try to create like the Polish sculptors, or even Anna Bilińska, who was going to create a school for women, but finally she couldn't realize that project because she died. But in general, this social mission of the artist of the women artists is very clear from our point of view. So how it is with the Baltic artists?
So there is one attempt to make the Kunstlerinnen Club, so the Women Artists Club, but because it was so the Riga Art Society was for making exhibitions, and they had no difference. So or there is in Tallinn as well, that there is no difference, or Baltic Artists Association, they made common exhibitions, but somehow there was one like male club called Kunstecke, so the art corner, it was only for male, but I don't know what they did because that's not research much. But at that time, in early 20th century, they wanted to make some club, but all events, what I have found, they still made together with this males club, so that was not so social in that level.
Yes, Professor Agata Jakubowska.
Thank you very much. I have a general question related to migration. And I know that each artist's career is a different story, but anyway, I would like to ask this general question. In your opinion, was migration a positive experience for women artists in general? If we are talking about feminine self-belief, it's a great idea to talk about it. So did migration generally help to believe self-belief, or were there many cases in which this self-belief was somehow undermined by migration experience? So, and what made migration a positive or negative experience?
Ewa Ziembińska.
To jeżeli ja mogę pierwsza odpowiedzieć,
If I
tym razem
might
to
take the question first, I have this sense that we're talking about women artists, and we're thinking primarily of women painters. And let me just expand that to include women sculptors, because they had a lot more stages to go through. They had many more obstacles to deal with. There were social obstacles, questions of perception, questions of gaze, questions of touch, and issues that in art criticism. So from today's standpoint, the delicate female hands and masculine strength, that's something we reject today, but at that time it was par for the course. It was self-evident. As for the question asked by Agata Jakubowska, they didn't have a chance to pursue a career in sculpture in Poland, so if they wanted to go down that difficult path, the only option was to emigrate. Łubieńska went to Italy, so that was a destination that Polish sculptors traditionally took. And later, women artists born in the 1860s, and let me recall that 1862 was the birth date of Camille Claudel. So those artists, those women artists, were able to pursue their education in Paris. And from that standpoint, it is a positive experience that's conducive to self-confidence, because had they stayed in Poland, they wouldn't be able to grow professionally, and all women artists, all women sculptors had experience of working abroad, and most of them, as I tried to demonstrate, did, however, come back to Poland. And Agnieszka mentioned one thing. I wouldn't be too pathetic. I wouldn't lapse into pathos. I wouldn't call it a sense of patriotic duty, but in their letters, and there's not many of them, they say that they come back to Poland guided by a mission to educate future generations. Tola Certowicz follows Ellen Berthaud and establishes a school, establishes an association, tries to organize women sculptors, and educates future generations. Maria Niedzielska, her student, goes to Paris, comes back to Poland, and opens a school where she trains. So it's a relay that's very evident here. And this experience of being abroad, of going abroad, is something that allows them to work.
I think that the question was very interesting, and I just wanted to comment upon it because we had a very interesting discussion yesterday with Catherine Gonard, and it was actually about the fact that migration might be this factor of emancipation for women in the last decades of the 19th century, and that in fact the international community of women artists in Paris, they were more free to do what they wanted to do in comparison to their French friends who wouldn't have all this freedom to, for instance, travel to the seaside for holidays as Bilinska did. So I think and I believe that we could consider migration as a factor of emancipation.
I agree. I agree with that. But I think the question about how the women felt, I think the question is really asking, was it all too much for some women? And the problem is we only know about the women we know about. We only know about the women who went to Paris. They were very clear why they went. And they drew what they needed from Paris and went back to America or Poland or, well, you know, after they'd drawn what they needed. And I myself have often wondered, people, the women who went to Paris and thought, oh, this is awful. I haven't the courage to go on with this. I haven't got enough money. There must have been a lot of failure, I would have thought. But I don't think that takes away from the fact that this was a special time and that Paris did offer them a woman's world within the Paris art scene.
Thank you very much. One more question. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talks. I just had a quick comment on the question that was raised on the question if migration was positive or negative. Okay. And I think it's really interesting to ask that question, especially because... Yeah? Ah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the issue of migration because you can see it as quite ambivalent, I think. Of course, the positive effects that you have just mentioned. But if you look at the Nordic context, for instance, you have some Nordic artists that moved to Paris and stayed there in France, or examples of artists that moved to Germany, to Munich and stayed there. And you can see that in their cases, they've often been written out of the national art historiographies in their home countries. So, for example, there's a Swedish artist, Julia Beck, who traveled to Paris and stayed there. And she was a landscape painter and quite successful in France, but in Sweden she was ignored and written out of Swedish art history because Swedish art historians considered it to be too French. And then you have the case of Jana Bauk, who moved to Munich, and when she died there in 1926, her whole estate was destroyed because she had no children and no family that would take care to secure it for posterity. So there's also the negative effect. As soon as you move out of a national context or move in between them, it can happen that you don't really fit in the nationalist art history boxes. And I think that was really interesting also what you said, Baiba, in your talk about the European map that you lined out in your presentation, also showing the German art centers, because I think we have a great focus on Paris, of course, but it's also important to remember the importance of Dresden, Düsseldorf, Munich as a training ground also for Nordic artists. So I can see many similarities here of artists that not only trained in Paris but even in the German art centers, like most importantly Munich. Yeah.
Much, and unfortunately I have to close the discussion, but I hope we will continue in a more informal way. Thank you again, all the speakers, especially Francis Borzello, who was so distant from us. Thank you, Baiba, thank you, Eva, and we meet after the lunch break in the second part of our session.
I'd like to just remind you that we meet at 1:30 p.m. sharp. So please, if you can just start coming back at 1:20 p.m., it would be great. Thank you so much.
can't be with you in person. I want to talk about
Good morning, everyone. I think it's high time we started the second session of this conference. I've got a confession to make before we start. I have to tell you that I really wanted to chair this very session about communities because I find that this term particularly inspiring because it puts us in the heart of our contemporaneity. I really think that communities and community building is something that we all think about at the very moment because of our experiences from the last year. We can all feel the empowering influence of communities on our lives, and that's why I think that we can really feel closer to these artists of the last decades of the 19th century because they needed communities as we do need them now. So that's why I'm really thrilled to be able to chair this session. I'm very happy that I can present our first speaker in this session, Griselda Pollock, whom we all know for her absolutely groundbreaking international post-colonial feminist studies in the visual arts and visual culture. Since the late 70s, Pollock has been one of the most influential scholars of modern, avant-garde and contemporary art. She is Professor Emerita of Social and Critical Histories of Art, and I think that the plural is very, very meaningful here. She is also director of the Center for Cultural Analysis, Theory and History at the University of Leeds. Griselda's lecture will put Anna Bilińska in the context of the very broad European and American community of women artists in Paris, all forming another country, as Griselda says, a country of modern women seeking for work with each other and wanting to understand how to represent the world of women's experience as thinking and modernizing creative women. So I welcome Griselda Pollock.
Dzień dobry. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me to your conference, and I am sorry I can't be with you in person. I want to talk about a specific painting by Anna Bilińska Bogdanowicz, the self-portrait of 1892, which was unfinished at her death in 1893. Unfinished works are very poignant. They give us an insight into how paintings are made, and we see here a very classical form of painting. We have a neutral underpainting, which has been marked up with broad brushes strokes to establish the pose and the outline of the figure and the gestures. And then it has been worked up also using earth colors in certain areas. She's worked on the bodice, the little bow at the time, which seems to be something she much likes. And then we have indications of the hand, the gesture of her hand that's very significant. The other parts would be a lot of painting, but not a lot of no intricacy, no complexity to capture. And then at the end of the painting, it would have been glazed, and it might well have been a black dress that she was wearing. And she has one of those that she appears in to paint in, and we'd have changed slightly the tonality of the background. But because it's the last painting, unfinished, we are bound to project upon it a sense of our melancholy and perhaps imagine that there is within the painting some sense of her anxiety about what was coming. This was the promise of, I'm definitely here, my presence as a painter, but did she already know that illness was tracking her, that death was round the corner? Is this sentimentalizing it or holding to the question as to why is this one of the last works that we have to see? So powerful is it as an incomplete painting and as a stance and as a confrontation? It's used for the poster of the show. And I also chose it as the cover of the third of Rosika Parker and my book called Old Mistresses, Women, Art and Ideology. Old mistresses is a linguistic joke in English. In a sense, you cannot have the vieux maître as you have in France, the words for the sort of the grand old masters of art. You can't translate that into the feminine without moving from one universe, from one country of meaning to another country of meaning. Old mistresses in English suggests discarded lovers. But it's about women, art and ideology, and asking ourselves what is it needed to analyze the work of women, not simply to reinsert them into an art history that systematically forgot them. In the most recent edition of Old Mistresses, I've used the hand of an artist from the 16th to the 18th or 19th century, the Old Master period, Artemisia Gentileschi, portrayed by Pierre de Moustier II, the right hand that we see in Simone Vouet's beautiful painting of Artemisia Gentileschi, where again the gestures of the hands are seen to be significant signs of the artist, but this arrives from the allegory of painting itself, which we have here in this also semi-finished painting by Artemisia Gentileschi herself, where she allegorizes the figure of la pittura, of painting, as a woman painting, but uses her features to say, it's this woman painting, I am the artist, not just the figure of art. So this issue of portraits of women as painters in the space of the studio becomes part of my plotting out the country of women, women alone, women together. I could have chosen this much more completed painting by Anna Belinska-Bogdanovich, the self-portrait with apron and brushes of 1887, dressed in this black that you can see, if you look closely, you'll see the similar kind of bodice and bow as we'll see in the painting. And it may be that this was also started, the 1892 was started at this time and in the same dress, but it got finished later. Techniques and the specialists will tell us, but this beautiful embroidered apron that one wouldn't want to get dirty with paint. The brushes are themselves, as you will see, already dirty with that work. The face is very bold, but I'm turned it round. If you reverse it, you get the correction that the mirror image has produced, the inversion that the mirror as she painted it, and you can see she's holding the brushes in her left hand and her right painting hand is hanging down before she lifts it up to return, having looked to her canvas. In the this reminds us of other images of artists at this time, painting women actually in the process of painting, and this is a remarkable one by Hannah Hirsch-Pauli, painting her friend and colleague, her fellow art student in their cold, miserable, empty studio where they're living and working. It's the portrait of Venny Zoldan Brofeld, a sculptor who's manipulating a piece of clay in her hand, but outrageously seated on the ground and with her mouth open in all sorts of counterworks to the image of respectable femininity. If we look at the face, the two faces of the earlier self-portrait, the 87 one and the 93 one, the 92, we see a radical difference. I suggest that the first one, terrifically powerful, strong and bold, strong eyebrows, dark hazel eyes, hair complete with the hair clips, full lips and a steady gaze, actually is a face object. This is a woman looking at herself to see herself, whereas the later one is indeed a much more affecting portrait, a portrait that completely recasts the face. Is much less straight, it's inclined, therefore there's a certain kind of indication of sensibility and subjectivity. The eyes are much more widely open and not overcome by the hair and the brows, but one has a sense almost, even in this beautiful mouth, that it's now a line of resignation, and I'm tempted to project upon it the poignancy of our knowledge of her imminent death and wonder in what sense she is looking at herself now in a completely different way. And this is what gives us the quality of sensibility that we see in this much more melancholic or interiorized, psychologized portrait. And I want to juxtapose it with the completely other group, because we tend to divide the academic realists who went through the academies and acquired this incredible tradition of craft and skill. We set them aside to say that the trajectory of art is the modernists, and these were somehow behind the times, but they're not. I want them to be in conversation. They're in Paris together. So here's Berthe Morisot's self-portrait with her daughter Julie in 1885. Now I compare it to the painting by Edme Morisot, her older sister, who was also a painter, in 1865. Then they were trained in that chiaroscuro, tonally based model, which produces these very dramatically realized paintings. Whereas here, again, she's using a colored ground, slightly redder, more tinted, which you find in Impressionist painting to kind of give a little bit more color, less the dead earth colors and more a lively one. But you can see where instead of the darkness surrounding the face, she's using just very bold strokes of white to set off the face, and using the underpainting, the actual ground, to create for her the structure of tonality, in a sense, the structure of the face, the volumes of the face, but simply by adding the highlights and the sketching in paint very broadly to get the bust, to get the upper body of both child and mother, and a certain kind of pensiveness on the face. She did a series of other paintings of herself, this one also in the period where we see the boldness with which the painting is being constructed in paint, which leaves the very act of construction visible. The making has become more visible. And when we look at the face in this one, we can see how it's literally produced by color juxtapositions on the face, even to the point that the left eye or the right eye, depending which way you're looking at it, is itself not fully realized. But the gaze, therefore, is the gaze not at herself or at us, but in a sense gaze at the mirror image as she studies it to break it up into these various parts. This is a different way in which the unfinished is actually going to develop into a completely different kind of aesthetic, which we associate not with sort of impressionist things, but a very different sense of the actual making of the image and the use of your hand and the brush. We see this in this much more melancholy portrait, strong in terms of a pastel, strongly realized, indicative, but also strangely indicative of an inner state of an artist who suffered from depression. And there's a certain deep lostness and sadness that's conveyed even in this very incomplete but fully realized pastel self-portrait. I want to go back to the studio of the Académie Julian, to one of the great Russian artists who was there, only 25 when she died. So we look at her work with a terrible melancholy. Here is her self-portrait again, evoking both music and paint, and why the hand and the hand gesture has to be. In this, we have a wonderful account of her short career and her ambitions, her desire to be famous, to be an artist, in the journals of Mary Bashkirtseva. But when she paints the state of the studio, she paints it as a space of conversation, of it's a social space. It's cluttered, it's conversational. Some women are concentrating, some talking to each other, some separate, some together. And one even wishes that it was of the right date to say that Anna Bilinska was one of the people in the studio. In that studio and in competition with Bashkirtsev was the Swiss artist Louise Breslau, whose work I introduce ever so briefly to introduce this whole range of images of women alone, women painting, women studying, women sick, and in a sense, women with each other. Her work, the women, the friends, les amis, includes a woman with her sketch, her sketching board up, looking at her friends, one writing, one in reverie, and one painting. Again, women together, but not as decorative items or even social, but in their own spaces and in their own minds. This links back with the wonderful work of the other great impressionist, the American artist Mary Cassatt, a very fine observer precisely of women together, not in terms of any narrative or anecdote, but in terms of gesture, of ritual, and of, in sense, presence to themselves, subjectivity in the various spaces of their social and cultural interaction. In these two pictures of women alone painting her sister, one on the right-hand side embroidering while the painting is being made by the other creative sister, Mary Cassatt. In sense, Mary Cassatt gazing at her sister recovering from illness, we get a sense of how the tenderness with which she portrays the fragility of her sickly sister. And this occurs in the very extraordinary portraits of her mother. The one on the left-hand side reading the Figaro is a portrait of a woman again with unfinished dimensions, with the visibility of paint, but also the sense of the presence of a woman engaged in her own activity. She's reading the newspaper. In fact, we think she's reading the racing results, but she was the great intellectual, multilingual force who determined that Mary Cassatt would have the career and moved the entire family to Paris to provide the chaperoning necessary. And then in 11 years later, when Mrs. Cassatt, Catherine Kelso Cassatt, had recovered from an illness and might herself be on the point of her own mortality, a beautiful portrait, again, of this intimation of subjectivity in terms of time and space and interiority that I'm trying to bring out, while at the same time we have the that has not been realized. And if you go very closely up to this point, this little brooch is in fact the bare canvas below. We see the bare canvas. We see that it's been painted on a light ground, a non-colored ground, just built up with the brushstrokes. So I want to put these two in conversation in a certain way, the imminence of death, the sense of human fragility, and the ways in which the different kinds of unfinishedness of an incomplete portrait that is in part realized sufficiently for us to have a presence, as well as this other kind of method of making art that would ultimately open up into a new direction. And the chiaroscuro, the skills that Anna Balinska took so long to train at in the academy and was so exquisite at, will be displaced for a different kind of engagement of the hand and the brush and the paint. But this is not a progressive story. This is a story of interaction. And I want to finish with linking this fantastic portrait by Anna of women with the opera glasses, a painting of a woman in everyday dress, in afternoon costume, going to the theater. The theaters were particularly introduced a thing called a matinee, actually not a morning performance, but an afternoon performance, specifically for bourgeois women to go to the theater, sometimes on their own, and to participate in this incredible theatrical culture that was part and parcel of Paris in the 1870s and 1880s. And I want to compare it with somewhat more famous painting by Mary Cassatt at the Théâtre Français, which has a woman in a similar day dress, black day dress, not evening dress, in the theatre, nonetheless caught in the gaze of an intrusive man, right back in his loge, but concentrating perhaps on Sarah Bernhardt on stage in one of her great performances, which might have been at the Théâtre Français where she worked. There's something about the Anna Balinska portrait which I find striking in the darkness, the use of the light ground, the hand and the gesture which holds the opera glasses. But at the same time, there's something rather troubling in the face. Either this woman was a very unpleasant woman, a stern-faced woman, or there's something not quite animated in the sense of realizing the power of the gaze or of the presence of the woman that I see in her self-portraits. Here we have the binoculars, and we can see this whole sequence that I wanted to bring into the conversation in a little virtual feminist museum exhibit. But again, the unfinished painting that you see in the Degas on the right, and also in this one, and in the working this up into a sketch, which is a woman at the races looking at him. Here are the two Mary Cassatts of women together and women alone in that situation. One in the evening, I think both of them in the evening wearing evening gloves, in the illuminated space of the theatre, this public space, because of course we have to remember women did go out in public under certain circumstances, chaperoned either by the painter, as it were, or another woman. They would never be alone in a box in the evening. Sorry, I'm going forward. And then I'm just going to finish. One place I want to finish with, which is to bring Anna Bielinska into conversation with one of the most famous avant-garde paintings, 1863-65, Edouard Manet's Olympia. What is the country of women for white working class women? It could well have been to be a laundress or a factory worker, or to be a prostitute in commercial sex. But that country was not only of white women. There were women of African descent in Paris, and here she is present as a co-worker, as a maidservant, but not naked, but co-working in this proletarian household of the prostitute. And Manet has portrayed her with features, with character, with a personality, with a gaze as she looks at the performance of the young woman who holds herself ready for the display, which is with part of the painting. And I link this with Anna Bielinska's painting in Paris in 1884, a portrait, or is it? It's not a portrait. It's a painting of a young African woman whose name we do not know. Laura was the name of the African woman that was present in Manet's painting, whom he found in the gardens of the Tuileries, looking after children. But she's posed here, and I show you how often women of the country of women, if it was African, is the continuation of slavery, imagined or real, the forced nakedness, the exposure of the body, the exoticization, which even Manet in his portrait of Laura, even with her delicate features and her sweet face, he still forces her to drop her dress to see her brown skin. Here she is working in the gardens, and here is the portrait which gives her a name. Some other images of women of African descent in Paris by Frederick Bazille, another member of the and goes right back to a very famous image of a woman called Madeleine. We now know who this woman is. Her name was Madeleine, who was forced in a sense to perform the issue of liberty by the exposed breasts. And yet her look reminds us of the distress of her on her face. And this brings us, sorry, I must go back one more. Sorry, this is moving too fast, to the very extraordinary power of this painting to evoke the figure of a woman dressed in a certain, possibly performing the image of her own fear, or the fear that must have been an affliction of so many women in the history of the encounter with the European, whether as an enslaved African or a freed African, but here the exoticized image of the other. And yes, it is still powerfully personalized. And I want to bring that, as it were, to the conclusion of my sense of what is the country of women alone together, as we see it in the body of work that is Anna Bielinska, that is held there for you in Warsaw at the moment. But how this painting, right at the end of her life, heavy with the sense that a career is going to be interrupted, and the great skill that she demonstrates as an artist will not be fulfilled as it turns into the 20th century and she becomes part of a much longer tradition. But we have refound, and she gazes it up with the melancholy, but also in a sense demonstrating the potency of the language of skill, of the art training that she had, which was able to realize these extraordinary paintings, such as the one that we have just looked at. And now, and since we look at her and try to find her place in the country of women, alone and together, as they paint their modern worlds. Thank you so much for your attention. Dziękuję. Goodbye.
Thank you, Griselda. We are actually not saying goodbye because Griselda will follow us on our YouTube channel and she will come back for the discussion. It was very useful to observe this in-depth analysis of different images of single women and images of women gathering, of communities of women. I think we are all very inspired, and Griselda mentioned here several topics that we will be actually discussing today and tomorrow, and I'm looking at Lara Perry because I think that your paper will also touch to some of the problems mentioned here by Griselda. It was very useful, I think, to observe that in the work of many women artists, the themes of their paintings included social gatherings and new kinds of social activity. Walking, going to theater, being in a studio, or being with the family. Actually, I think that what's really striking is that the most important artist for us today, Anna Bilińska, is that actually her work concerns a single figure. So I hope we will be able to discuss it afterwards. I'd like to invite Karina Rech to the stage. I'm very happy Karina is here with us. Karina is a PhD in art history, and she is also curator at the Valdemarsudde Museum in Stockholm. Her scholarly work focuses on Nordic art of the late 19th century, with particular focus on women artists and artistic identity, networks and collaborative practices from a feminist perspective. Karina has recently published her dissertation entitled Becoming Artists, Self-Portraits, Friendship Images and Studio Scenes by Nordic Women Painters in the 1880s. So with Karina, we are really in the heart of the topic of our conference. The floor is yours.
Okay. Now it's on. Yeah, so I work as a curator at the Art Museum Prins Eugens Valdemarsudde in Stockholm, and in our collections we have a self-portrait by the Swedish artist Mina Karlsson Bredberg. Bredberg exhibited this painting at the World Fair of 1889. It's quite a programmatic work that can be seen as the conclusion of her 7-year sojourn in Paris. Bredberg has depicted herself at work at the easel in her Parisian attic studio. She addresses the beholder with a direct and self-confident gaze, holding palette and brushes in her hands. The painter is dressed in a long grey painter smock. The sleeves are rolled up, signaling the industriousness and vigor with which she is engaging with her art. She is holding the brush firmly in her hands, underlining her role as the maker of her own work. The self-confidence with which Mina Bredberg stages herself in the role of the artist shows some striking similarities to Anna Bilińska's self-portrait, which was awarded both at the Salon in 1887 and at the World Fair in 1889, where even Mina Bredberg's painting was displayed. Bilińska's self-portrait is, as I would say, more theatrical, whereas Bredberg's likeness is more workmanlike. However, both of them depict themselves in the role of the artist in a self-confident manner, with a resolute expression and disheveled hair, holding the attributes of the painter proudly in their hands. Bilińska and Bredberg employed their self-portraits as effectful instruments of self-promotion at the most prestigious exhibitions of their day. Both artists had studied at Académie Julian in Paris in the 1880s, and several artworks document that they knew each other and worked actually side by side at the school. In 84-85, Bredberg and Bilińska painted two study heads of the same female black model in an orientalized style, the work that Griselda Pollock has just shown to you. Looking at the two portraits, we can get a sense of how the artists worked simultaneously on their paintings, depicting the woman from slightly different angles and different positions in the atelier. Bredberg was not the only Nordic artist with which Bilińska interacted at the Académie Julian. In 1888, the Swedish painter Elisabeth Kaiser participated in the annual competition at the school, rivaling with Anna Bilińska to paint the best Japanese portrait. In 1985, Mina Brekberg painted a portrait of Bilinska, which is only known through a photograph included in Bilinska's memorial album. The fact that the sitter inserted the portrait right in the beginning of her album, in which she neatly documented her career via photographs and press clippings, suggests that it had a special importance to her and that she respected its painter. The fact that Brekberg signed the portrait with her first name further indicates that the two artists were on friendly terms with one another. A little while ago, I found a drawing by Mina Brekberg in private ownership in Sweden. It's quite a funny, almost caricature-like depiction of a class at Académie Julian in 1984, showing her fellow students drawing after the nude. At a later date, Brekberg added a commenting text in Swedish to the drawing, stating about the students seen to the far left, and I quote, Anna Bilinska, the best student of the atelier, Polish, got married in Poland and died early. You can see her here. It is a short, sober, and factual account, but at the same time, there speaks a great deal of respect out of this one sentence. And yesterday, I realized who the lady is that we see here, because Brekberg actually spelled her name incorrectly. This is why I didn't realize it in the beginning, but it's Miss Dean. Emmeline Dean, whose portrait we saw, or some of us saw in the exhibition yesterday. And there Mina Brekberg noted the second best student, Emmeline Dean, so sitting next to next to Bilinska here at the school. Yeah, Brekberg called Bilinska the best student of the atelier, and this comment expresses admiration and a sense of rivalry at the same time. And it points to the three main themes of my presentation today, which are emulation, collaboration, and community. My paper today will address the importance of emulative practices, artistic exchange, and a sense of community for the professionalization of Nordic women painters in the 1880s. About 120 women artists from the Nordic countries traveled to Paris in the late 19th century, and many of them studied at some point at one of the three major private academies for women, Académie Julian, Académie Colarossi, and Académie Trélat. In these ateliers, Nordic women artists built networks and established bonds of friendship that often lasted for a lifetime. Studying the letters, memoirs, and personal accounts of these artists, one finds that the daily dialogues and artistic exchange among them fostered their professional development at least as much as the more irregular tuition by their French masters. In what follows, I want to argue that emulation, understood as a collaborative competition between the artists, was at the core of their artistic practice. This artistic dialogue was integral to their self-fashioning in the medium of the friendship image, a genre category in which the artists imagined one another in painting and in which the artist friends acted as a sitter or model. I will discuss the various implications of the friendship image by looking more closely at two artist friendships across national borders. The first case is Bertha Wegmann from Denmark, who engaged in a long-term artistic partnership and intimate friendship with the Swedish painter Janna Baug. You can see her to the left. And in these friendship images, they staged one another both as artists and as refined ladies and dignified members of the middle classes. The second case is the Swedish painter Hanna Hirsch married Pauli. You saw her just in Griselda Pollock's talk as well, who painted a remarkable friendship image of her Finnish artist friend Venni Zoldan married Brofeld in the role of the sculptor that you can see here to the right. I will argue that the two artists staged a paragone between the arts of painting and sculpture in the studio scene from 1987. Bertha Wegmann and Janna Baug became close friends in the early 1870s when they were both studying in Munich. In 1879, they traveled to Paris together, where they met the Swedish painter Hildegard Torell, who resided in the same guest house on the Rue de Bruxelles. And in my research, Hildegard Torell has proven to be the missing link between Baug and Wegmann. Both artists corresponded with Torell over a period of 40 years from the early 1880s to the 1920s, sharing their views on art and their experiences as female artists on a male-dominated art scene. It's not moving. Now. Torell was among the few married women who were able to pursue a professional career as a painter. She even traveled to Paris alone, leaving behind her husband Reinhold Torell in Stockholm. Hildegard Torell wrote almost daily to her husband, and in her letters she diligently reported on her studies in Paris and her interactions with her artist friends. In the winter of 1879-80, Torell, Bauk and Wegmann all studied at Académie Tréllat, which was particularly popular among Nordic artists. Here the famous salon painters Bonnat, Gérôme and Bastien Lepage supervised the students in a rather irregular manner. Some came once or twice a week, others only once a month to give their corrections. After having studied a few weeks at the atelier, Torell decided to take additional private lessons from Bertha Wegmann, whose work she admired. And in a letter to her husband Torell, she stated, and I quote, "I'm extremely happy that Bertha Wegmann is painting in the atelier, since we learn a lot just by watching what she does. And besides, she has taken me under her wings," end of quote. According to Torell's own account, Wegmann's private tuition had a greater impact on her development as an artist than the sporadic corrections by the French artists. In retrospect, writing to Torell and looking back at the time at Académie Tréllat, Wegmann likewise acknowledged the importance of skillful fellow students. And I quote, "I would like to paint in Paris together with you again some winter, preferably at a school as back then. I look upon that time as one of the most enjoyable episodes in my life and as one of those during which I made the greatest progress. Back then there were so many skillful students, and they do help more than having teachers for 10 years, end of quote. Whereas the renowned French teachers at the private academies provided these artists, of course, with their desired professional pedigree, the day-to-day interaction with their peers and the informal mutual instruction seemed to have a greater impact on their professional advancement. And under Wegmann's guidance, Torell completed the portrait of a lady, Miss Gay, that you can see here, whereas Wegmann in turn portrayed Torell. If we compare the delicately rendered fur-trimmed coats and reddened cheeks of the sitters in the two portraits, we can easily discern and recognize the painterly exchange between the two artists. Torell exhibited the portrait of Miss Gay in the Salon of 1880, and it was acquired the same year by the Gothenburg Museum of Art, which meant a great success for the artist. In the following year, Bertha Wegmann also made her salon debut, exhibiting the portrait of her artist friend Jana Bauk, for which she received an honorable mention. She depicted her friend in the role of the artist, sitting on a bench in the studio in a relaxed and welcoming pose, with an open smile and curly hair, holding her sketchbook, palette and brushes placed to her left. Torell noted in a letter that the whole École des Beaux-Arts was in admiration of the portrait, and that visitors to the salon even mistook it for a self-portrait. The reception of the work in Wegmann's home country, however, differed decisively from the praise expressed by the Parisian and French art establishment. Wegmann noted in a letter to Torell, and I quote, "I despise the Danes with their Philistinism which pervades all their manners and tastes. Would you believe they found Jana's portrait to be flighty for the sole reason that she's not sitting neatly combed in a chair with her hands tidily in her lap, as in all their other portraits," end of quote. And as if she wanted to respond to the Danish critics, Wegmann painted a few years later another portrait of Bauk, this time staging her friend as a refined lady, fashionably dressed in black with a sharp gaze and a pince-nez touching her lips. Wegmann exhibited this portrait at the Salon of 86, and in 89, Bauk in return painted a friendship image depicting Wegmann painting the portrait of a gentleman. This is a remarkable studio scene in which the conventional gendered hierarchies of gazes are reversed. A woman artist is here painting a portrait of a male sitter who turns into the signifier of her professionalism. If we consider Bauk's presence outside the picture plane, she turns into the invisible third party of the sitting, painting alongside her artist friend. In their correspondence with Hildegard Thorell, both Jana Bauk and Berta Wegmann repeatedly stressed the importance of their co-working periods, joint study trips, and mutual influence they had on each other's art. In December '82, Wegmann stated upon her arrival to Munich, where she was to work alongside Bauk, and I quote, "I have great cuts in Yammer, and I'm bursting to show my paintings to Jana in order to hear my sentence, since in Copenhagen I do not have a soul on whose opinion I count. Today Jana will come to my studio, and then I will learn my fate," end of quote. In a letter from 1915, Bauk stated that she wished to paint alongside Wegmann, again, something they both benefited from a lot. When speaking about painting jointly, Bauk used the Swedish term måla i kapp, which is quite difficult to translate. It means to paint together simultaneously and actually also in a competitive manner, a bit like two runners who try to keep in step with one another. Judging from the friendship images and the statements in their letters, the artistic partnership of Bauk and Wegmann was thus built on emulative practices and a collaborative, competitive spirit. In her late letters to Thorell from the 1920s, Bauk even disclosed a secret about her collaborations with Wegmann, stating about the friend who still had a lot of portrait commissions, and I quote, "She asks for my helping hands, but no one should see that I am painting along. Once I used to paint the clothes, the background, and the details in her portraits to spare her some effort, but from here I cannot do this." This assertion is supported by another source, according to which the practice was mutual. Thus, we can conclude that both artists executed details in one another's works. Bauk and Wegmann collaborated both on commissioned works and on studies, and ultimately their artistic practice calls into question the idea of the artist as individualist and replaces it with an idea of the artist as part of a collective. Art not as a solitary endeavor, but art as a product of a collective effort. The second case I would like to look into a bit more briefly is Hannah Hirsch's portrait of Venny Soldan. The two artists studied together at Académie Colarossi in Paris, and during the winter of '86 and '87 they shared a studio in Montparnasse. Here they worked on their contributions to the Salon of '87. Whereas Hirsch painted the friend in oil, Soldan sculpted a portrait of Hirsch in bas-relief. Soldan didn't finish the relief in time for the exhibition, and it is today only documented in this photograph, and you can see it here in the middle. Hirsch, however, finished in time for the Salon of '87, where the portrait of Soldan aroused positive attention and was displayed favorably on eye level. Venny Soldan is sitting on the floor of the scarcely furnished and ascetic studio space. The floor is covered with pieces of paper that are filled with colorful splashes of paint. The artist is wearing a simple black dress and slippers. She's addressing her friend, the painter Hannah Hirsch, with a somewhat dizzy gaze and a slightly opened mouth, as if she has just been interrupted in her work, now talking to her colleague. Soldan's hair is arranged without much care to a bun, and the sleeves of her dress are rolled up. She is holding a piece of clay in her outstretched hand. Her modeling tools and a sketch of a female nude are placed right in front of her. The portrait of Soldan is, of course, as also Griselda Pollock already noted, truly remarkable in the sense that it depicts the artist in the role of the sculptor without taking much consideration to the conventions of the female portrait and to expectations concerning elegance or decorum. The portrait, of course, has many layers of meaning, which I have also discussed more in detail in my dissertation, but today I will focus only on its dialogic and emulative character. I would want to propose that the painting can be understood as a materialization of a collaborative competition between artist-painter and sitter-sculptor in the form of a paragone between the arts. The concept of the paragone, as you all know, was developed in Renaissance Italy and described the fruitful competition between the arts, such as painting versus sculpture or painting versus poetry. Whereas paragone is traditionally understood as a rivalry and artistic conflict, it can also be positively connoted as a productive and dialogic concept of comradeship, according to which the comparison of one's own work with works by other artists or different art forms can turn into an inspiring and collaborative stimulus that helps to improve and develop one's artistic practice. Hirsch and Soldan's decision to submit a painting and a sculpture each to the Salon forms the starting point for their paragone, which is eventually enacted in the portrait. The drawing of a nude is lying on the studio floor, placed right in front of Soldan and opposite Hirsch at the lower edge of the composition. According to classic art theory, both painting and sculpture have their roots in drawing or disegno. This shared origin is addressed in this painting by means of the drawing in the front, which in turn is placed on the paper filled with splashes of color, referencing painting in return. The sheets of paper symbolize color or colore, and thereby the one central feature that in the eye of the painter legitimizes the superiority of painting. In contrast, the unique quality of sculpture, touch, is symbolized by the piece of clay in Soldan's hands. It references the sense of touch and the haptic qualities of the three-dimensional art form. The visual entanglement of painting and sculpture repeats in the back of the composition, where sculpture is placed next to a canvas. It seems as if Hannah Hirsch intended to decide the paragone in her own favor, as her spontaneous color spots in the foreground are much more prominent than the completed sculpture in the back. Eventually, it is of course the portrait itself that showcases the unique qualities of painting. The dialogic character of the paragone is mirrored in the sitter's facial expression and pose. The gaze, the open mouth, and the forward-leaning pose signal the dialogue between the artist and the sister arts. By referencing the paragone in her portrait, Hannah Hirsch creates a portrait of her friend that addresses their fruitful artistic exchange and sense of community. The friendship images that I have presented here all address emulation and artistic dialogue in different ways. In their works, Berta Wegmann, Jana Bauk, and Hannah Hirsch fashioned themselves as professionals by mediated self-representation, by painting their artist friends in the role of the artist in images that are the result of their artistic dialogue. Thereby they fashion themselves, a shared artistic identity in painting. Rather than staging themselves as the exceptional woman, they fashion a collective identity in painting. When it comes to the reception of these works in Paris versus in the artist's home countries, we can further identify a recurring pattern. Whereas the paintings were positively received in the Salon, they caused discontent and criticism in the artist's home countries. A letter by Venny Soldan that I have recently found in a private archive indicates that the portrait of Hannah Hirsch caused a real scandal when it was exhibited in Helsinki in December '87 at the Christmas exhibition of the Artists Guild. Venny Soldan wrote angrily to Hannah Hirsch, and I quote, "You see, I am so angry that I cannot sit still and draw, but have to unburden myself a little. It requires an immense amount of self-confidence not to be crushed by the weight of accusations. The portrait, you see, the wretched portrait, and it is I who must carry it all, even though it is you who should be held responsible for having painted such a piggish thing." The indignation is increasing. Now even the accessories are indecent, to say nothing about the frame. Although I cannot understand why people do not feel ashamed to talk one-on-one about such things. Certainly, some of the lady artists are completely satisfied, but the gentlemen look at it with different eyes, of course. If it is an honor to be on everyone's lips, you have indeed been honored here in our beloved, dull-witted homeland. End of quote. Yeah, this open-hearted letter reveals how offended Soldan felt by the harsh criticism that questioned her respectability as a woman and that consequently was an immediate threat to her reputation. In light of the scandal surrounding the portrait, Soldan considered it unjust that the accusations were only directed at her, the sitter, rather than at Hirsch, who had painted the portrait. The comment, "It is I who have to carry it all, even though it is you who should be held responsible," addresses a paradox inherent in the friendship image. It is a collaborative work, but in the end, the friendship image poses a greater risk to the artist that is portrayed, with the person exposed to public scrutiny in a more immediate manner than the artist painter. In contrast to Soldan, Hirsch-Pauli remained partly invisible and uncompromised by her own work. As soon as the artist friend is replaced with the audience, the meaning of the work and its effect on the viewer changes dramatically, causing a conflict between the sculptor and the painter. The letter by Venny Soldan and the reception of the portrait exemplify the ambivalent position of many late 19th century women artists between their own professional ambitions and the expectations of society, a balancing act that is subtly addressed in the works that I've shown you today. Let me just conclude by showing you a view of our ongoing exhibition, A Room of One's Own, at Prins Eugens Waldemarsudde in Stockholm, where we explore the role of the artist in the late 19th century from the perspective of Nordic women painters. And here you can see the portrait of Hanna Hirsch-Pauli depicting Venny Soldan in the middle, and next to it you see the portrait by Berta Wegmann depicting her friend Jana Bauk. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Karina. It was very interesting. Thank you for having addressed the importance of emulative practices and the sense of community in women artists' work in the late 19th century. Well, actually, I've noted down several phrases, and among them, Karina mentioned art as a collaborative effort. So I'm not obsessed, but I really believe that, again, we are here very close to the artistic practices of contemporary artists. So I think that there are many topics that we can discuss this afternoon. Since we've got 4 papers in this session, we decided to make short coffee pause right now, just to relax a little bit and come back to the other papers afterwards. So please have a coffee or a tea, and let's come back here in half an hour. After the pause, we will switch into French, so feel free to use the translation devices. You will find them at the entrance. Thank you. présenter Catherine Gonard, qui est chargée de mission documentaire à l'Institut national de l'audiovisuel. Elle est aussi membre de l'AICA, de l'Association internationale des critiques d'art. Elle a rédigé de nombreux articles pour des catalogues d'expositions.
Many articles on Niki Sandpal and Claude Cavin for the dictionary. She has also written the preface of the Feminist Conquest on Borzello with Elisabeth Lebovici. She published Artiste Femme, Paris, 1890 until today. Catherine Gonard will speak about the importance for the artists, female artists, of professional networks created at the time in Paris, and especially about the union of female artists and painters. Catherine, it's your turn. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation to join you and for allowing me to speak in French. When Anna Bilinska arrived in Paris in November 1882 to learn, like many other young artists at the Académie Julian, she found not only valuable teaching, but also an environment in full effervescence as regards the professionalization and the place of women artists. That same year, the first exhibition of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors took place, of which she was a member from 1888 to 1891. Some of her fellow students at the Academy are or will be themselves actors of this professionalization. Sorry. Okay. Please excuse me. And its visibility. Marie Bashkirtsev, Amélie Bory-Sorel, Kitty Kiland, who will also participate in the exhibitions of the Union of Women Painters. The question of the professionalization of women artists also echoes the changes made during these same years by the Third Republic for the education of girls, by an important visibility in the press, but also by the will of the female artists themselves to support each other, and by the networks that they built. To come to France in 1882 for a young woman to study painting requires, of course, a strong will, a strong support of the relatives, and especially financial means, because the private academies make pay this opening to the women, French or foreign, the high price, the double most often. Whereas the School of the Fine Arts, École des Beaux-Arts of Paris, is free for the men. It was also necessary to be able to find lodging, which for a single woman meant staying with an allied family. Thus, in 1884, the English sculptor Jessie Lipscomb was housed by the Claudel family and shared a studio with Camille and other students. 1884. These material issues were far from neutral, and later on, when they could, Amélie Bory-Sorel and Elisabeth Gardner would never stop lowering the fees for women in their workshops to put them on an equal footing with men. If the women's ateliers of the Julian Academy teach them competition and emulation, they first allow them to no longer be phenomena or amateur, but to imagine a career among other women of all origins sharing the same aspirations. In the same way, visits to the Louvre allow to meet professional female copyists in large numbers, since the young republic has placed numerous orders to decorate its new town halls. But also all those who come to train there to complete the teaching of a master. As they can see, of course, those more and more numerous women who exhibit, even if still a minority in number, at the Salon of French Artists or even in galleries. Since 1873, a newspaper with changing titles. I will move forward. Where is it? Okay, I've got it. Since 1873, a newspaper with changing titles, directed by Jean Alesson, is interested in women and their artistic productions. From 1873 to 1874, Le Bas Bleu, monthly monitor of artistic and literary productions of women, which then becomes Les Gauloises from 1874 to 1877, then La Gazette des femmes artistes et des femmes lettrées from 1877 to 1894. The variety of the titles gives the tone of the changes of mentalities in a short time. One finds there many information on the exhibitions and the salon, the academies, the private lessons of drawing. It's not incongruous to think that these newspapers were passed from hand to hand at the Julian Academy, and that this information was evoked at the time of the breaks of the atelier. In the same way, the positions here it is. In the same way, the positions are shared and discussed as those of Marie Bashkirtsev, who in March 1881, under the pseudonym of Pauline Aurel, claims in the newspaper La Citoyenne the access for women to the School of the Fine Arts. I will surprise no one by saying that women are excluded from the École des Beaux-Arts, as they are from almost everywhere. They are admitted to the School of Medicine, why not to the École des Beaux-Arts? A mystery. Thus, not only are women's studies hindered by Gothic procedures, not only are they excluded from the state school, but they do not even have access to courses in anatomy, perspective, aesthetics, etc., which men can take even though they do not belong to the school and work in some private studio. Bashkirtsev chose to publish it in a journal that she financed anonymously and that at the time represented a radical feminism. In her diary on January 2nd, 1879, she already indicated her revolt. What I want is the freedom to walk alone, to come and go, to sit on the benches of the Tuileries garden and especially the Luxembourg garden, to stop at the artistic windows, to enter churches, museums, to walk in the evening in old streets. This is what I want, and this is the freedom without which one cannot become a true artist. Do you think you can enjoy what you see when you are accompanied or when, to go to the Louvre, you have to wait for your carriage, your female companion or your family? Is it any wonder that in 1885, the year of her death, I'm a little disturbed by what's happening here. So, do you think that we can enjoy? Sorry, I made a mistake. So, is it any wonder that in 1885, the year after her death, the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors chose to pay tribute to her with a retrospective exhibition of her paintings, a catalogue of articles, excerpts from her diary, and illustrations of her works. A few months after the publication of the text of Bashkirtsev Pauline Aurel in May 1881, the sculptor Hélène Berthaud and some of her artist friends founded the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors. The union was to be the driving force behind the struggle of women to gain entry to the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris and the right to compete for the Prix de Rome on an equal footing with men. In 1881, Hélène Berthaud was a recognized artist, having received numerous orders from the state, notably for bas-reliefs for the Louvre buildings. I mean the new Louvre, which was being built at that time. When she created the UFPS Union, of which she was president from 1881 to 1894, she was 56 years old. She was the only female sculptor who sent her works out of competition to the Salon in 1873 and was named an officer of the Academy in 1881 for her teaching of sculpture. Born into a family of artisans, I will show it to you. It's here. That's it. So, born into a family of artisans, she learned sculpture from her father-in-law Pierre Hébert. In the late 1850s, she met the sculptor Léon Berthaud, whom she was unable to marry until 1866 after the death of her first husband. Divorce was prohibited until 1884. By signing her works Madame Léon Berthaud, she anticipates the official link and at the same time displays it as a matter of course. Léon Berthaud allowed her to really devote herself to her art by becoming her practitioner, by settling the administrative problems of the orders. We must be aware about those things when we think about state orders in particular. Aware of the problems of teaching for female sculptors, she opened a course at an atelier in 1873. In 1879, she built a private mansion on the Avenue de Villiers in Paris, intended to become a school with large studios. In 1878, she was the first artist to officially ask the direction of the Beaux-Arts to open a studio for women at the École des Beaux-Arts, probably echoing the first International Congress on Women's Rights held in Paris at the time, which emphasized education at work. I insist particularly on those elements which are also connected to Paris and to the feminist fight of the time that we forget quite often when we look at those studios of women. When in 1881 the Republican state gave artists the possibility to group together to manage their own exhibitions, Hélène Berthaud understood the interest of it for women. She then addressed her artist female friends. Let's get together in order to count ourselves, to defend ourselves. Let us be united for the loyal fight. Let us call ourselves the Union of the Women Painters and Sculptors. The purpose of the union is to represent and defend the general interests of women artists, to produce their talents, in particular by the organization of annual exhibitions. The statutes insist on two strategies of the union: showing the works and the defense of the women artists as a professional group. The very name of the organization insists on the professions, painters and sculptors, and on the solidarity of the artists through the union. The creation of the union was announced by Louis Hénaud in the newspaper Henri IV of August 7, 1881. A certain number of women, among all those whose life is devoted to the cult of painting, are decided to react energetically against a real injustice, which offends the very natural susceptibilities of their self-esteem at the same time as it hurts them in their legitimate interests. These women are going to form among themselves a small and very intimate society, a little exclusive, which is not a bad thing, the first frameworks formed with serious rules that will be severely observed. If I insist, it's because this is about the debate which took place at that time. So Bielinski arrived in Paris and the discussion was there among artist women. From January 25 to February 14, 1882, the first Salon de l'Union was held in the Salle Vivienne. with 42 exhibitors. For Hélène Berthaud, the Salon was not intended to present the works of the best female artists of the moment, but to be a place of support between professionals and amateurs, wishing to take the step towards professionalism, the ones supporting the others. We are not a society of consecrated glories, nor of mutual admiration. Of course, the accomplished artists who have joined us are not intruders, but at the same time as they are here on their own behalf and constitute a kind of halo for the Union, they are also a model for the beginners, an encouragement and a reason for emulation. We wanted above all to do a work of solidarity and education for women, and our claim would even be to succeed in pushing women into new and unexplored ways, she explained later in 1891. To do this, no admission jury. A modest sum is requested for each work presented. All the works had the right to the picture rail. That was also a revolution at the time. The members could be French or foreign. From 1882 to 1890, the exhibition of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors didn't have a selection jury. Each member who paid her annual fee was entitled to exhibit whatever she wished. Hélène Berthaud's selection is based on self-appraisal. In 1891, Berthaud finally accepted the idea of a jury, but it was more as an aid to self-evaluation for the youngest exhibitors. It only really had an admission function when Virginie de Montbreton became president in 1894. In fact, the question of juries was crucial for most of the salons that were created during the decade, and it divided the artists, men and women. The creation of the UFPS Union shows the difficulty for women to exhibit in the official salon where the juries were all male and co-opted. If they are more and more numerous to access it, they still have to be supported by the male networks of studio masters, fathers or husbands. Similarly, rare are those who have access to private circles to exhibit. Madeleine Lemaire and Eva González in 1882 at the Circle of the Rue de Volnay. Marie Cassatt in 1884 at the Artistic Circle of the Seine are exceptions. However, we must remember that the Impressionists were the first to clearly ask women to exhibit with them. Marie Cassatt, Eva González, Berthe Morisot are also part of this visibility with a pioneering role. We cannot forget the feminist commitment of Cassatt at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, where she did a work which corresponded with transmission, with young women being supported by older ones. In this context, choosing in 1888, as Anna Bielińska did, to exhibit at the 6th Salon of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors was far from neutral. That year, the importance of the Salon is acted. It's opened by the President of the Republic, Sadi Carnot, accompanied by the Minister of Public Education and Fine Arts, Léopold Fay, and the Director of des Beaux-Arts, Gustave Laromé. Well, this could seem to be ordinary, but at the time, I think that it was a real revolution, that the salon was opened by those official persons. This same year, as in the following ones, among the 265 exhibitors, we find other pupils of the Julian Academy, like Marie-Madeleine Real Delsarte, Amélie Bory-Sorel, and many others, I think, if we had the full list, because the catalogs of the exhibition didn't survive until today. So we still have a lot of gaps. The following year, in 1889, In view of the importance of the Union Salon, Hélène Berthaud presented a wish to the Congress of Women's Works and Institutions, which she attended with her husband, that was unanimously adopted. That a special class be created at the School of Fine Arts, École des Beaux-Arts, separate from the men, where women, without violating the conventions, would receive the same education as men, with the possibility, under the conditions that regulate this school, to be admitted to all the competitions of sketches, having as a consequence the obtaining of the Prize of Rome. The Prize of Rome. This is not only about being known because of those prizes, those awards, but it is opening institutions and it gives access to money. So her fight is not only the fight to get into a studio, this is a fight to get all that is behind it. And we are trying to understand what happened at that time. This vow, supported by the Union, is deposited at the direction of the Beaux-Arts. A commission was appointed and met on May 10, 1890. Hélène Berthaud and Virginie Demont-Breton jointly pleaded the artists' cause. The same year, on December 1st, the Union launched a newsletter for the members, the Journal des Femmes Artistes, relaying professional information and the fight for access to the school. This is the first edition of this newspaper. And I think that the importance of the Union is to see on every occasion what it gives to the artist, what it creates for the artist. And the Journal des Femmes Artistes shows that it's going to be a tool not only to promote a fight, but also a way to do the networking. And I think that this is something we need to remember when we are talking about the union of the women sculptors and painters. The commercial advertisements of the newspaper allow us to discover throughout the pages the important number of female exhibitors who also teach drawing or painting. Thus, Jeanne Amen proposes artistic courses for ladies at the same time as Bielinska, for ladies and young girls under the direction of Léon Commer, Monesouly, Marmontel, courses of painting with draped live model under the direction of Commer and Renard, or of flowers, landscapes and decorative art under the direction of Grivola and herself. She will publish in 1895 L'art au point de vue féminin, in the form of 15 talks on artistic techniques. We can see that not only teaching was taken into account, but also the techniques and the diffusion of those techniques thanks to books written at that time. We can see that Anna Bielinska's desire to open an academy for women upon her return to Poland with her husband was widely shared by those she met in Paris, where the professionalization of women artists was achieved through feminist struggle, shared networks, and mutual support. Thank you. Thank you very much, Catherine, for this very interesting speech about the union and about the role of one of the first organizations of female artists. I think that it was really fascinating, and thank you for having mentioned the challenges of the feminist fight and of the feminist engagement of some of the artists of that time. And I think that it's, this Salon of the Union is a very interesting story. It was an anti-salon, we can say. So, thank you very much. And I think that now we'll switch to the next speech.
Okay, so I'm really pleased to invite on stage our colleague, Renata Higersberger. Renata is a curator at the Collection of Polish Art pre-1914 at the National Museum in Warsaw. She is curator and co-curator of several exhibitions in the museum, the most important at the moment. She is co-curator of the exhibition The Artist Anna Bilińska, which you may see at the moment in the museum, but she also curated an exhibition on Olga Boznajska's work, a very important exhibition in 2015. She conducts research on the work of Polish painters in the second half of the 19th century associated with the Parisian and Munich circles, and develops a monograph of the collector, a very important 19th century collector, Ignacy Korwin-Milewski. The floor is yours, Renata.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Mnie elektronika nie lubi, ale...
Not very good with electronics, but at the mic, I told you so. How about now? Can you hear me? All right. Thank you so much, and I'd like to welcome all of you and express my deep gratitude and say that I am very fortunate to be able to meet with you at the end of this exhibition, and I think it's a sign, a mark of Bilińska's talent that we have been able to bring such eminent scholars together to have this conversation. My paper is titled The Académie Julian in Paris, the Pioneering Work of Rodolphe Julian and a Generation of Outstanding Female Students. In 1868, Pierre-Louis Rodolphe Julian, an academic painter who had studied with Léon Cogniet and Alexandre Cabanel, founded his own academy in Montmartre, which was named after him. The artist drew on his personal experience of a young, poor student who didn't have access to the École des Beaux-Arts, so he created a new academy which quickly became a great success, and it became an alternative to a state university education. Julian wanted his academy to be a universal and professional artistic training place dedicated to those who could not study at the École des Beaux-Arts, namely women and foreigners. The school owed its reputation to the exceptional organizational skill of its founder and director, and played a pioneering role in the artistic training of women. Rodolphe Julian was very versatile, full of energy. In his youth, he had been interested in sports, athletics. He was born in La Palud in Provence. He practiced wrestling and took part in many tournaments. Between 1863-79, he pursued his own successful career as an illustrator and painter, exhibiting at the Salon in Paris. 10 years after founding the academy, he ceased doing art, focusing entirely on administering his school. Julian considered the academy his greatest work. In 1881, he was awarded the Légion d'honneur in recognition of his contribution to art education. Julian's vision of a modern art school included hiring the best professors, introducing healthy competition, motivating and rewarding students, while leaving them room for independent exploration and study to develop their own individual style. He offered the same education to future artists regardless of their nationality and gender. This was evidence of his exceptional openness and liberalism for the time. Initially, the classes were mixed, coeducational, as seen in the painting studio by Julian himself. After 76, he decided to separate the female and male classes. He wanted to avoid embarrassing situations when students of both sexes would be painting a naked figure together. But at the same time, it led to closer relationships within the particular classes and created a sisterly solidarity among the female students. The opening up of artistic education to women on similar terms, on the same footing with men, made the school famous beyond the artistic circles of Europe. The Académie Julian, which didn't have state funding, contributed more to making Paris an international center of art education than the state-owned École des Beaux-Arts. In the catalogue of last year's exhibition, Valadon et ses contemporaines, in Bourg-en-Bresse, Charlotte Fouché-Zamarnian quotes Thérèse Burollet, who writes, "In 1880, Paris was a welcoming city to foreigners. It opened its studios, exhibitions, and cafes to them, and quickly revealed its closed circles and social salons. The European capital of art and ideas, the unparalleled cultural center that Paris was at the end of the 19th century, was a cosmopolitan melting pot where people met, different currents mixed, fascinations intersected, and rebellions and hopes matured," end of quote. Paris received foreign influences and adapted them. It was a place of intense cultural transfer. Foreigners co-created the art scenes based on an extensive list of students published by the Academy's first monographer, the American Catherine Ferrer, daughter of Oscar Ferrer, who had been a student at the Academy in 1897-1898. It is known that in 1889, out of 600 students, foreigners made up a third. A list of Polish students at the Académie Julian was compiled by Marek Skórniak. It was published in 2020, giving 171 names of Polish artists. The list of Polish female artists could be traced thanks to lists deposited by Christophe Emmanuel del Debiau at the National Archives of France. It includes 66 names of Polish women. The most numerous group after the French were English women, Americans, Scandinavians, and there were 66 Polish women, and all continents are represented. The status of Paris as an artistic center was strengthened by the world exhibitions held there, close to museums with rich collections of painting and sculpture, with professors educated at the École des Beaux-Arts. Artistic education could develop, which met the requirements of the new times, and the offering was extended to new audiences. In the 1880s, there was a huge influx of talented women determined to become artists. Their collective struggle for professional opportunities was a consequence of social and economic changes, requiring the Paris art community to develop new approaches to women's education and professional work. Until 1897, only men could study at the prestigious École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, and only those fluent in French, which was required for examinations. For women, women could study at free state universities like the École nationale de dessin pour les jeunes filles, which allowed for the acquisition of professional skills in decorative arts, but the works created there remained anonymous. And this is where Rosa Bonheur taught drawing for 10 years. Alternatives included studios open to women, run by well-known artists, and courses organized by private fee-paying universities, such as those organized after 1879 by Filippo Colarossi, Auguste Joseph Delecluse, Edouard Krug, and Rodolphe Julien. The latter's academy was generally considered to offer the highest level of teaching and gave students entry into the official art world. Julien's first school was set up at his house at 36 Rue Vivienne. Soon, 4 other studios, a larger studio was opened in the Passage des Panoramas, in an adapted dance studio. It was there in the fall of 1882 that Anna Bilinska enrolled in classes as a 28-year-old. Like many talented women, she decided to follow a traditional artistic career path, from studying academic principles through participation in competitions, exhibitions, and finally making serious commissions. She arrived in Paris at the best moment. The L'Union des Femmes Peintres et Sculpteurs had just been founded, and the Parisian Salon was taken over by the Société des Artistes Français. Ziembińska's decision to go to France is evidence of the artist's enormous ambitions, energetic, persistent, gifted, imaginative. She did not stray from her chosen path. She attended the studio at Passage des Panoramas for 3 years, where women's classes took place on the first floor. The memoirs of female students describe a dark, gloomy staircase and a cramped but friendly studio. Men worked on the first floor. Among the female students who studied at the Passage des Panoramas at the same time and made their presence felt there, these included Marie Bashkirtsev, Louise Breslau, the first foreigner to receive the Légion d'honneur in 1901, her friend Madeleine Zielhardt, Amélie Bory-Sorel, the future wife of Rodolphe Julien, Anna Klumpke, who would become a close friend of Rosa Bonheur, Elizabeth Jean Gardner, the future wife of William Adolphe Bouguereau, Marie de Villevieille, Elisabeth Nours, Augusta Roseman, Louise Amos, Cecilia Beau, Mina Carlson, Bradberg, Emmeline Dean, and Anna Bilinska. And all of these ladies, to a large extent, or many of them at least, can be found in this photo. Bilinska is seated here. Boris Sorel is here. Carlson Bridberg is here. And Augusta Rossman is here, close to Bilinska. In 1888, a journalist of Le Courrier du Soir commented on this international group, I quote, "Three great bees have emerged from the famous Académie Julian, 3 young foreigners, real stars of painting, Bashkirtsev, a Russian, who died in creative agony, Breslau, an award-winning Swiss, and Bilinska, also an award winner, is a polar star because she comes from a cold country." All of them opted for traditional academic training, participating in the Paris Salons and in exhibitions like the one organized by the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors. The young artists rejected minor genres like genre scenes, reserved for female painting in favor of formal portraits, flowers, or literary subjects. They eagerly crowded into the cramped studios of the Académie Julian, while their colleagues abandoned study in the halls of the École des Beaux-Arts in search of open-air scenes. They rented shared apartments or cramped rooms where after school they continued discussing art, reading classical literature, and deepening their knowledge, and renouncing the traditional roles assigned to women in the family. Coming from different parts of the world and different cultural and social backgrounds, they worked together in a creative atmosphere. Louise Borzello recalled, alas, that first summer spent drawing at the Académie Julian under the leaden roofs of the Panorama. What luck. So in Paris, a woman artist is not a monster, a madwoman, a boastful daredevil. She is spoken of as someone privileged. She is loved and venerated. Marie Bashkirtsev, a Russian aristocrat, the author of a diary covering 11 years of her life, studied at the studio in the Passage des Panoramas from 1877 to 1884, and here is her picture. So she wrote this journal for 11 years, written in French and edited by her mother after her death. It describes her studies at the Académie Julian. The artist rendered its interior in the painting in the studio, commissioned in 1881 by Julien himself. For the Salon, today the painting has great documentary value. It recreates the appearance of the first women's studio. It reveals the backstage work of young female painters and also is a group portrait of the female artists. Maria Bashkirtsev is first on the right, facing the other way. Martha Brandes, wearing a hat, an actress who starred in a comedy devoted to life at the Académie Julian by Le Maître. Marie de Villevieille standing in the middle with a notebook. Marie-Madeleine Real del Sarte, a blonde in a blue dress. Julien successfully used the painting to advertise his studio. The director cared about prestige, and in order to ensure good learning conditions, he skillfully sought strategic locations throughout Paris for new branches. As of 1890, he opened 10 more locations, including 6 for women. Before 1880, a second studio opened at 51 Rue Vivienne, next to fashionable galleries. In 1881, most of the female students transferred there. In 1883, another important studio was set up at 5 Rue de Berry, in close proximity to the Champs-Élysées. The women had 3 studios there, 2 painting and 1 sculpture studio. It was there after 1887 that Bilinska held the position of massière and the studio supervisor. It was also there that her portrait of a woman in a kimono with the Japanese umbrella, awarded at the school's annual competition, was exhibited there until the studio closed in 1974. More ateliers were opened in 1890 at Rue Fromentin, in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, at 28 Rue Fontaine. And the last women's studio on the other side of the Seine was opened at 55 Rue du Cherche-Midi. The curriculum included, it followed the curriculum at the École des Beaux-Arts. It included drawing, painting, and sculpture studies from a live model and preparing compositional sketches. Over time, the teaching was expanded to include pastel techniques, miniature painting, watercolors, and new subjects were introduced. New courses such as still life, caricature, posters, anatomy, perspective, and 3D modeling. However, there was no division into classes depending on level of advancement or the age of the students. Both experienced students and novices were taught in the same studio. The students could start their studies with a live model right away. Classes began with sketches of the head, followed by the bust, half figure, and nudes. First, charcoal studies were made. This technique occupied an important place in the academy program. Paintings followed. Julien took care to ensure appropriate behavior in the presence of female students who came from good homes. The posing nude models, and these were mostly men, they were always dressed in these characteristic red boxer shorts or underwear. This is the Rue de Berry studio, and on the wall we have Bilinska's woman in a kimono with umbrella. So these are the models wearing red underwear. Bilinska's legacy includes many full-figure male and body nudes, whose execution testifies to her good knowledge of anatomy and the human body. From April 1883, Bilinska attended anatomy lectures at the École des Beaux-Arts. These were delivered by Edouard Cuillet. The Académie Julian didn't have anatomy classes in its program. The next stage was to paint a model in an ethnic, social, or historical convention. Bilinska also excelled in this field, as seen in her careful compositions from 1884. Old Man with a Book, Portrait of a Lady with Binoculars, Cinderella, or Negress, testifying to her perfect mastery of technique. Often the same models posed for many months. For example, the same model posed for the painting Negress in 1884, and 1 year later, the same model posed for Minna Carlsen Bredberg. And juxtaposing the two portraits shows how much freedom and leeway the students were given in making their sketches. Quite a lot of time was spent on composition, compositional sketches on an assigned topic, small oil works painted mainly on cardboard, on biblical, mythological, or literary themes were supposed to develop the skills necessary to create large multi-figure paintings. However, the artists rarely executed them, and I cite. We have composition assignments every week. I have to say that mine seem to be the best. For the last two, I got praise from Mr. Julien. He even kept them to show them to the men. He claims that none of the men did as well as me. Bilinska noted in her diary, the artist meticulously wrote down her professor's comments on the back of her cardboard works. The Academy employed many renowned professors who assessed the students' work during classes and gave them feedback. Initially, corrections were only done once or twice a week. Then they were increased to 2 per day, morning and afternoon. Julien employed famous painters, mainly professors from the École des Beaux-Arts, prize-winning professors, painters, and salon members of salon juries. They included Gustave Rodolphe Boulanger, Jules Joseph Lefebvre, Jean-Paul Laurence, and in 1877 the staff was joined by Tony Robert Fleury and William Adolphe Bouguereau, then Gabriel Ferrier and others. Their works provided a model of academic work to which students were expected to aspire. Professors came only during corrections. In the women's classes there were 4 teachers, 2 per shift, 2 per team. Robert Fleury shared a studio with Lefebvre and Boulanger with Ferrier. Tony Robert Fleury was the most popular professor. He was also one of Bilinska's favorites, along with Julien. And the artist wrote quite a few notes, recorded quite a few comments from him in her diary. At her first lesson in November 1882, and this is Robert Fleury's studio, and this is the second studio, divided with a curtain, where 2 professors conducted classes at the same time. So the way of working at the Académie Julien differed from Bilinska's previous experience. After her first lesson in November 1882, she wrote, "A completely different way of drawing, but I don't lose hope." Mr. Julien comes in, he points out my mistakes, but then he adds, "C'est fait avec beaucoup d'intelligence." It's done with a lot of intelligence. It's good. It's a good first attempt. The professors took note of Bilinska's talent, and she wrote, "Robert Fleury said today that there's a lot of great stuff in my drawing, more truth and nature. He's very demanding, especially from me." During the studies, most attention was paid to painting portraits, which was supposed to guarantee commissions in the future. In Julien's opinion, this was a male specialty, but it was to women that the professor attributed the ability to convey psychological depth. Bilinska achieved quite a degree of perfection in this field. Aside from skillful drawing, clear composition, and good colors, her portraits are qualified by naturalness and simplicity. She proved true mastery when she painted her own self-portrait in the studio, which was exhibited on many occasions and showered with awards. There were many competitions at the Academy, modeled on the École des Beaux-Arts, preparing students to compete in the art market and to become accustomed to criticism. Learning at the Academy was based on natural competition and a system of rewards. Every Saturday, the best compositions were selected in the men's and women's studio, and on the last Sunday of the month, the winner was chosen. There was a monthly competition where studies, drawn and painted studies of a male torso, a female torso, or head competed. The studios also competed against each other, and once a year, the Prix Rodolphe Julien was organized, with the main award being 300 francs. The works became property of the Academy. In 1883, Bilinska received her first a prize in the monthly competition. In a letter to her fiancé, Wojciech Grabowski, she wrote, the medal committee includes Bouguereau, Lefebvre, Boulanger, and Robert Fleury. There have been competitions in which no one was awarded the medal. That is, they only give it for really good things. You can imagine the anxiety with which I waited for the verdict and the joy I felt when my drawing was carried into the studio, plus the applause, the congratulations which I got from my colleagues. And the French do not begrudge them. The competitions were not obligatory. Ziembińska, however, eagerly took part in them from her first days at the academy. In 1884, she won a silver medal in a competition for a charcoal sketch, a woman's, the study of a woman's head. Monsieur Julien told me to sign my drawing. He will give it away for framing. He expects that in time I will bring fame to his school, she noted in her diary. In 88, Ziembińska entered a competition for a portrait in a kimono with an umbrella. Her pastel won second prize. This is the award for the previous work. So she got first prize, and the first prize, Prix Julien, went to Anna Elizabeth Klumpke. Students made rapid progress through competition, and by exchanging insights, the atmosphere was creative and liberal, as evidenced by the caricatures preserved in the albums Croquis de Madame Géraldi, Croquis Roche-Grosse, and these were created during special classes on caricature. Unfortunately, they are not clearly visible, and you can see the album in our exhibition. So there was a separate caricature class, a distinct course. Teaching went on all year round, with the exception of Sundays, with no summer vacation. Semesters began in October and April. Classes were conducted on a half-day basis. From 8 to 12, or from 1 p.m. till 5 p.m., or on a full-day basis. There were also evening courses from 5 in the afternoon to 7:30. There was paid tuition. In 1880 and 1890, women paid 700 francs for a year of study, 8 hours per day, and men paid 300 francs. The difference was explained by the higher costs of running a women's studio and the fact that women could count on the financial support of families. However, there was also an enrollment fee, and you would have to pay for renting easels. But there were some exceptions to the rule. Very talented students who didn't have money could get scholarships. In 1884, upon hearing of her father's death and the loss of her family estate, the principal exempted her from all the school fees. This earned him, the artist's, great sympathy and respect. In 1892, Julien was a witness at her wedding with Antoni Bogdanowicz. Ziembińska's correspondence with Julien from 1889 survives. She was already a former student at the time, and she informs him of the awards she is receiving and asking to borrow the woman in a kimono from his collection for an exhibition of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors. These and similar contacts are evidence of good relationships between students and professors. At the same time, it was thanks to these that Julien could count on the recommendation of graduates, and which brought in more young artists. In the notebooks containing lists of students, each name is accompanied by the information on whose recommendation the student was accepted. And Ziembińska recommended many female students, and gave out her address to some of them. International friendships formed at the Academy. Ziembińska's friends included Emmeline Dean, an English woman who is the author of an important portrait of Ziembińska in a morning dress. And you can read more about it in the catalogue. It's really a generation of extremely gifted women artists. Dean's portrait from 1886. There was also Minna Karlsson Bredberg, a Swede, who made a portrait of Ziembińska as well in her memorial album known as the Memorial, and only a photograph of this portrait survives, which was shown during the previous paper. There was also the Belgian Augusta Rossmann, shown in these portraits. This is Augusta Rossmann with her friend Louise Amon, also a student at the Académie Julian. So this is a group with whom Ziembińska is friends, and this is her portrait by Karlsson Bredberg. There was also the American Anna Klumpke, the American Elizabeth Norse, the French woman Renée Perrol, the niece of Rosa Bonheur, and Amélie Bory-Sorel from Spain, a well-known portraitist, a rival of Ziembińska's, who became the wife of Julien in 1895. After his death in 1907, she became director of the Academy while continuing her artistic career. After obtaining their education, the artists would go back to their hometowns. Some would establish schools on the same principles as those in Paris, like Anna Klumpke in San Francisco or Willie Bertie Newman in Nashville. Ziembińska had similar plans, and I quote, "Upon my return, I have a bold plan. I want to set up a school for women in Warsaw. We need one absolutely, because until now, women have no possibility for serious learning, and there's plenty of desire and ability, like everywhere. My school will be set up like those in Paris, but with a much broader program with auxiliary sciences." Unfortunately, the artist's premature death put an end to these ambitious plans. In the Del Debbio family collection, a collection of works from the Rue de Berry studio survives. It consists of the best works awarded at the internal competitions from around 1880, as well as equipment such as easels, stools, palettes, which have survived in perfect condition. Loaned for our exhibition at this museum. They have allowed us to enrich our presentation and to show the context of women's education at the end of the 19th century. The work of Rodolphe Julien, forerunner and co-creator of the evolution in art education in the second half of the 19th century, put men and women on an equal footing in terms of access to vocational training and professional art. The international nature of the school meant that its students, upon returning to their homelands, became ambassadors of the Académie Julian, ensuring the primacy of Paris in the art world, which is what we are experiencing now, thanks to the Ziembińska exhibition.
Dziękujemy bardzo, Renato, za ten wspaniały wykład o Akademii Julian, czyli o miejscu, w którym tworzyły się te kręgi przyjaciół i przyjaźnie, o których rozmawiamy dzisiaj. Dziękuję bardzo. Ja myślę, że teraz moglibyśmy pokosić się o dyskusję, prawda? I think we should wait a moment because Griselda was there with us, but she has disappeared, so... Oh, hi, Griselda. We are so glad to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you,
My pleasure.
Griselda. Okay, so we are gathered here for a discussion after this very interesting session around communities and friendships. And I'd like to start this discussion with a term that actually comes to my mind every time I hear your fascinating papers. And the term is sisterhood. And actually, it's a very important today term that many of curators, theoreticians use. It has got all the potential to transgress gender boundaries, but I'm thinking whether we could risk ourselves in claiming that this community building was actually a strategy in the art of these artists we are talking about today, of the artists of the late 19th century. Do you think we could risk it? Karina?
I think I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the term sisterhood, because if you think that it derives from the idea of the brotherhood, which was a term that you use to describe, for example, the pre-Raphaelites or the Nazarene movement in Germany, for example. Those were quite exclusive clubs of artists that almost united under a shared manifesto, for example, under a shared artistic program. And I think these communities that women artists built were actually more inclusive, I would say, allowing artists to interact without necessarily following the same artistic strategies. So I think I like the term community more to describe their relationships than the idea of a sisterhood. But so it depends maybe how you define it.
Thank you. That's a perfect reply to the question. Griselda, are you here with us? I'm not sure if she actually can hear us. Czyli bo chyba nas nie słyszy, prawda? Griselda, can you actually hear us? We are wondering if you are with us or not.
I'm here, yes, I can hear you, but I'm hearing two different sets of people. I can hear you. Can you hear me? No?
Are you here with us with the link that was sent to you just 10 minutes ago, or are you watching us on our YouTube channel?
No, I'm on the link. I'll leave and come back. 1 second. Okay?
Okay.
Let me just see how I can do that. Because I can...
Can you just turn off the YouTube?
Okay.
Okay, so we are discussing collectiveness and collectivity as strategies used by the artists of the 19th century. And I just wanted to thank you for your paper and for these amazing images of women working together and women alone, single figures. And I was just about to ask you, because what we see with Bielińska is this striking use of a single figure. Do you think we could find, why? What are the reasons? What would you say?
So are you hearing me now?
Yes, we do.
No, this is impossible. This is impossible.
Jeśli macie Państwo jakieś pytania do Griseldy, to może ja od razu przekażę mikrofon sali, żeby zdążyć, zanim połączenie się znowu zerwie.
Hello, am I here now?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
We've got questions from the public for you. I'll pass the micro.
To ja może zapytam w języku polskim, będzie to przetłumaczone.
English, hopefully you can hear the translation. Can you hear the...
Are you for, let's say, for 2 decades, there is the effort to include in the narration about women's art, the art of women from Central Europe. Are you surprised there are so many, so good quality, or you see a difference? And there is a, because it's not only to make the canon larger, the Anglo-Saxon canon with Anglo-Saxon, let's say, female artists, but now there's the new portion of knowledge about the female art from Central Europe. It's surprising for you or not?
Of course, the effect of the Cold War did sever Europe. And obviously, those of us in Western Europe no longer had access in the easy movement or exchanges with our colleagues in Central and indeed Northern Europe in the certain parts of the Nordic countries, of the Baltic countries. And the history of an international modernism, and as we've seen today, a kind of international coming together of artists from so many countries in certain cities, whether it's in Rome or Munich or Paris, right? These were international centers which became sites of artistic exchange and international connection. So we know before the Second World War that artists from Latin America, artists from Eastern Europe and Central Europe and Northern Europe and Western Europe, and indeed from the subcontinent and from the Asia, all congregated in certain places. So Paris was not a French city, it was a country of artists, an international zone of artists where this kind of exchange. So I'm not at all surprised to discover, I mean, we know that the first museum of modern art was in Łódź, long, you know, in one sense, much more advanced in terms of the contemporary art than you have in New York, which is exclusive. So I'm not at all surprised, and I've been very much educated by my colleagues like Agata Jabukowska.
Thank you, Agata. Yes, I think that the connection is not good at all. So maybe you've got questions to Karina or to Renata.
Hello, I'm here again,
Griselda is back.
but I can't hear you at all now. Can you hear me speaking?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, now I can hear you. So I was just wanting to say, I mean, I've written about Alina Shapochnikov. I've been to Warsaw. I've worked very much. Indeed, Zygmunt Bauman told me I would never be an educated person if I did not learn Polish, which I'm afraid to say I failed to learn, but at least I've been involved with many people from communities from, in terms of Central Europe and the North. So I'm not surprised at all. But I think we need to rethink our ideas of national art histories, and just exactly what we've studied today is that certain cities become these centers of international exchange, and artists are not trying to speak a single language. They speak the language of art, but then they do have markets in their own home countries. So Mary Cassatt's, most of her paintings are in the United States, right? And certainly the people who purchased and collected Anna Belinska were probably more in Central Europe than across France.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Griselda, for mentioning my name. I feel honored. Agata Jakubowska is speaking. I don't know whether you can see me or not. And I have actually two questions. One is specific to Griselda, and one is more general to all of you. The specific question to Griselda is about the cover of your book, Old Mistresses, with Anna Bielinska's painting. Do you consider this strategy in a way to promote women artists better in comparison to other strategies? I mean, this cover of a book, is it better, more effective as a promoting women artists? This is one, this specific question, because I find it interesting, yes, as a strategy. And the more general question to all of you is about communities, and actually Corina used this word that I wanted to use, inclusive. You said that communities were inclusive. So, but my question is actually to what extent they were inclusive, and what women were excluded from these communities, and also using the term that Griselda that was in Griselda's title, Country of Women. So I would ask what women were denied citizenship of this country of women. Yes, so this is my general question to all of you speaking about communities.
Okay, shall I answer your question first? The first cover of Old Mistresses included an artist from Venezuela who was making a comment about exclusion. She used clay to show her brown skin because she was treated even as a Venezuelan, as a Latin American, as if she was a black artist. So the cover was a face mask by Marisol Escobar with this white thing, carnation under her mouth. Now, the Americans could not understand that as a comment about who is and who isn't allowed to be recognized as an artist. And we immediately put the issue of difference and race in some sense on that cover. The American version of Old Mistresses had a studio painting, very like the Bashkirtsev painting, but had women all looking like students painting a female nude. So they completely reverted to a very conventional notion. The second cover, we used Merit Oppenheim's for Teacup, a surrealist work, and that was not at all, none of these were old mistresses. They were all to say the issue is contemporary, that you can disappear from art history, from recognition right now. And the stories of Merit Oppenheimer are examples of that. So when I came to do the 2013, I was specifically wanting to choose somebody from Central Europe. I wanted to extend the range of people, but I liked the painting because it was, in a sense, a statement of the ability to make art. And by being an unfinished portrait, it was, not only was the stance, the gesture, the presence, the gaze, directly saying, we are here. So in that sense, the strategy of women's self-representation as the creator is of very great interest to me, and that's what I was trying to say in my choice of the hand of Artemisia Gentileschi, this not the look of a woman, but the hand, this extraordinary element of the capacity to make a world through materials and through gestures and through skill. So that was my strategy. So I think it is a strategy for asserting a presence and an ability. And the other side of your question, which I've now completely forgotten because I was thinking about that, but who is excluded? I have to say that's one of the reasons that I wanted to introduce the painting of the unnamed African woman working as a model in relation to Laura, to remind us of who is also not there in many representations or represented in a diminished or objectified or exoticized form. I think the other question that we need to consider, a lot of the women were together, literally together, they became life partners. I mean, we're talking about Anna Klumker and Rosa Bonheur, Louise Abermer and Sarah Bernhardt, of Louise Breslau and Mathilde Zildhardt, that this is not just a country of women in a kind of metaphorical sense. These areas of professional life and economic independence were ways for women to live the lives they wanted, both in terms of sexuality and in terms of a kind of different kind of subjectivity that comes when women work together in their own lives and their own ways. So who is excluded is someone who has no money. I mean, Anna Belinska inherited from her friend and was presumably supported by her friend, the family of the man that she was in love with, etc. That there's a whole element of that. So there's definitely money. Mary Cassatt comes from a very well-to-do middle class. Berthe Morisot is of the haute bourgeoisie. Yeah, who is excluded? This is definitely a moment in the history of middle-class professional women being motivated by the kind of emancipatory project that starts in the late 18th century. I wonder what the other colleagues have to say.
I would completely agree with what Griselda just said. I think in terms of class, it's a very exclusive group of women. So if you look at the Nordic context, for instance, all the Nordic artists basically that traveled to Paris in the 1880s were coming from the upper middle class to even having an upper class background. So there are a few examples of a lower middle class, but basically no working class women were able to travel to Paris. And concerning your question of being inclusive or exclusive and the idea of community, what I find really interesting is that I guess because they were not allowed to study at the École des Beaux-Arts and also were institutionally excluded, I think many women artists just simply needed to help one another. There were very easy practical reasons, going around in the streets in groups, often sharing studios because it was cheaper to do that together. Also using their friends as models for portraits, for example, would allow them, they didn't have to pay for a model to sit for the portrait, so there were very practical reasons for them to do so. But I think also they really identified with one another's success. So for instance, Jana Bauk, the artist that I showed you, wrote after Bertha Wegmann had received a third-class medal in the Salon of 82 to the friend Torel, saying, "I'm so proud that my friend has done this portrait that I look down at the whole world." And that really shows a sense of identification, I think, between them. And I guess they really realized as soon as other women are successful, that would help me as an artist too, to make, for us to get a place on the art scene, so to say. But at the same time, of course, there were always rivalry as well. I mean, at the studios, at the private academies, the students were set according to skill, like who got the plus artiste in front of the model. So these studios were also hierarchical places, even though the artists interacted with one another. So it was always competition and collaboration, I think.
Yeah, if I can
Yeah.
add, I just wanted to extend a little bit my question, also to ask you whether were there any political reasons behind exclusion, not only economic. By political, I mean global economics of that time. Yes, whether we are all the time talking about Paris as international space, very open to all nations and so on. But obviously, the politics was very tense at that time also. So, were there any political reasons for exclusion?
Yeah, I would say there were. For example, Berta Wegmann, I showed you, she was born in Switzerland, then moved to Denmark and studied in Munich. And when she came to Paris, she slightly changed her name, the spelling of the name, to Wegmann with a V and just one N at the end to make it sound more French because of the anti-German sentiments after the Franco-Prussian War. So, and she also said that the French were quite impolite to her because they mistook her for a German. So there are really these political aspects, I think, in their advancements of their careers as well, how they're maneuvered, and in her case, even changed her name to be accepted in Paris.
And we should also add that, of course, the French were very exclusive. So if you think about this, there are American colonies and, Nordic colonies and Italian colonies and whatever. It's not until you get to the beginning of the 20th century when you get to the things like the kind of Montparnasse, you get a concentration of people who are truly from mixing with each other, but they don't really mix with the French, right? So America Sat's the only American who was included in the, as it were, the society, the exhibiting society that we think of as the Impressionists. And she spoke perfect French because she'd studied there in the 1850s. She'd had this long education. She was a multilingual and had been in France 10 years before she came back to study. So there is a sense that there is the French art world, and then very few people translate across, but the Académie Julian and these other places become these mixing pots. But I think everybody probably stayed quite a lot in their own linguistic communities.
Yeah, actually, the artist Torel, when she studied in Paris in 81, she wrote to her husband saying, 3/4 of us in the atelier are Scandinavians and I hear no French during the entire day. So it's sometimes I think they're a bit like Erasmus student communities today. They mostly intermingle with their compatriots, I guess.
But if we could pick up on... Are there other questions?
Right. Thank you.
Professor Michał Hake.
Thank you very much. I have 3 questions. First to Professor Griselda Pollock. Professor Pollock, thank you very much for your brilliant paper. And first of all, let me summarize shortly how I understood the main thesis of your paper. And then I'll put the question. So you present Bielińska as a very modern artist for the first because of she undertook the problem of self-portraits and exposed the psychological character of the portraiture. for the second, then she undertook the modern iconography. I mean, this picture laid with binoculars, which was compared by you with pictures by Degas and Mary Cassatt. And for the third, that Bilinska frames the figure of a Negro woman in the modern terms. I mean, this kind of subjectivization. You compare this one with Manet and his presentation of Negro woman Olympia. And I have a question connected with this third picture with the Negro woman. Is the title of this picture? Okay. And I would like to pay an attention on certain components of this picture as this golden chain on the breast, this naked breast in the front of that picture, which is exposed on the same level as the viewer's eye. And I mean that these components, the race of this woman, this golden chain, this naked bruise, are the components typical for Orientalism painting. And as we know from, for example, Edward Said's famous book, Orientalism, this kind of, this movement picturing women formulated such an unmodern vision of the woman. Women in this Orientalism movement were presented as the object of male gaze, it was kind of erotization of the woman. So my question is, if this picture by Bilinska, Negro woman, should be described as a part of Orientalism rather than as a modern movement of the art of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions. Yes, in some sense you have captured my point, but the point is not to make Bilinska modern. It is to create a different territory or country within which we can place women who make different choices and enter different aspects of the community of artists in Paris. So there is no doubt that Mary Cassatt and Berthe Morisot, but specifically Mary Cassatt, supports the women's movement, is a suffragist, understands the necessity for independence in art as much as in her identity as a woman who can make choices and have a profession. As I understand Anna Bilinska, she is against the suffragists, although she says suffragettes, but the suffragettes did not form until after the 1900s, so she's talking about the people who are struggling for the vote, so she's probably quite a politically conservative woman in that sense. And the relationship between embracing the radicalization of art practice and as opposed to academic practice, that is a big political division, and I'm just not wanting to have only the modernists. I want to understand the meaning of the other kinds of work that are made in the 19th century. But why we value some of them, what we call the modernists, is that they are engaging with issues of modernity and finding new technologies and procedures to capture this element of capitalist modernity and the new forms of social life. However, so I don't think Anna Bilinska is doing that. I do think the painting is extremely Orientalist in the terms of the gold chain, the earrings, the scarf. But nonetheless, every time we look at pictures, we must ask ourselves not just what is the iconography or what is the genre to which they belong or what label we can put on them, but does any element of the painting call upon the spectator to have a different relationship? So my argument about Manet's Olympia is that it is an anti-Orientalist, that it is a de-Orientalizing painting, precisely because the woman who is from Africa originally. So she's born in Paris. Laura is born in Paris. She's a French African. And we must not use the word negress or Negro anymore. That's out. So it's a person of African descent. But Laura, as we understand as a model, you know, worked as a governess, a nanny, is a respectable woman, and she is not presented in an Orientalist fashion. But it seems few people got Manet's message, and they continued after him, like Jérôme, to paint African women naked, or partly naked. The thing with a revealed breast, as we know from the image of Marie-Guillaume Benoit, is that this is a form of a symbol of liberty, and we see it in Delacroix's Liberty. So I think within that painting there are readings to do with the ambivalence of the image, but I feel it is probably her only history painting. All the rest of Bielinska is genre painting. This has the moment to be history painting because it endows that face with something other than servitude, even if it is anguish about servitude. So it depends on reading.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wouldn't classify it one way or the other, but I saw within it an element of what I'm not hearing in the discussion of Bielinska is in which works she achieves a kind of presence, the conveying of a psychological interiority to her subject, and which ones she doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I find, therefore, the late self-portrait and that one of the African woman more telling than the other ones.
Thank
so
you.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe we will take one last question because I think our translators, they must be tired.
Okay.
I have a question for Catherine. Is Catherine still with you?
No. Unfortunately, she had to leave because she's got a very important professional meeting. So she's not with us anymore. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could I just say how much I enjoyed Karina's paper?
Please do.
Thank you.
Because
I was pretty nervous and extremely honored to be sitting on a panel with Griselda Pollock. I feel a bit dreaming. Yeah, it's a great honor to be allowed to speak after you.
No, it was a great pleasure because, of course, I owe much of my, as it were, development as a feminist art historian to some of the great, to Annalena Lindberg and also to Barbara Werkmeister, and also, and I'm going to have a terrible moment, it's gone out of my head, etc. It is a terrible thing about age, but anyway, your wonderful director, Margareta, at the Stockholm National Museum.
Margareta Jüning, maybe? Margareta Jüning, maybe?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I need to acknowledge this, and I've worked with them, and the discovery of all these extraordinary Nordic and indeed the Baltic artists. This is such a crucial part for our expansion of our intellectual and geographical imagination, but these remarkable artists from Sweden and Finland, and obviously we've got Finland in terms of Helena Scherfbeck, others who have become suddenly visible to us. It's a wonderfully rich tradition, but I thought you were a beautiful paper, so I was delighted to be here to listen to it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes.
Last question, yes, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Joanna Warchał-Beneski. Here with Marta Grabowska, we represent a civic initiative, Museum of Her Story of Art from Kraków. So I have to say it is delightful to be here. The exhibition is very moving and wonderful, and to be on this conference coming from Kraków, where we have a lot of adventures with the word her story, and hear it used in the letter of the director of the National Museum of Warsaw, it does mean something to us. My question refers the paper of Professor Pollock, but is actually to all of you. From our perspective, the word her story serves the purpose to widen the perspective of the discipline. Like, we don't want to construct a parallel discourse, yet sometimes, and this is my question, how do you see it, are we doing it? Because the vice director in the introduction mentioned the big exhibitions of Sofonis Bankisola, of Artemisia Gentileschi, here Bilińska Bogdanowicz. I think they are crucial moments that inspire the production of knowledge, that we have catalogs that stay after these exhibitions and will be later able to find in libraries. But how do we change the canon? Or does this, what we are doing here, does it change the canon in a way? So this is kind of my question to you. Do you feel it, that the canon itself is changing or not? Because, so to refer to the Professor Pollock paper, that for me it was very interesting, the way we catalog inside of the discipline, right? The cataloging through styles and criteria of value that is based on innovation. So with those criterias, those female groups, they stay like this parallel story. So that's my question to you. Like, do you see the canon changing somehow? And my last reflection I would like to share is from my personal observations as art historian in the recent years. Only the person of Hilma af Klint would be the artist that does change the narrative and does enter all the new, let's say, books about abstraction, but also because of the criteria of innovation, right? Not of the new criteria that we would like to use in the discipline. So I'm very interested in your reflections on the change of canon, or do we need the change of canon, or how do we change the criteria of value inside of the discipline? And also to Mrs. Renata, like, I'm wondering how the Museum of Warsaw would treat the collection of Bilińska here. Like, how will those paintings maybe one day be on permanent display or be more? What is your reflection on that, on doing such important work, such like huge scholar work? What will happen after that it's closed? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I have written, all my work has been a critique of the standard mental mindset and systems of art history. Art history was founded as a nationalist project in the 19th century to create the spirit of each nation and to express the spirit of the age, and every category of art history has to be questioned because that form of art history systematically distorts the history of art, right? So my differencing the canon, I wrote, we've got Firing the Canon, we've got my book, Differencing the Canon, which is about the sense that we can write stories or we can write analyses of the histories, plural, of art very differently. We do not need to get caught up in style, genre, nation, period, right? And the history of the avant-garde is a historical phenomenon, right? And that's what I was trying to say. There is something comes out of deciding you need to paint the world differently. So my view is not that Impressionism is more progressive than academic realism, but that something happened in the 19th century which a group of artists experienced as this this experience of modernity, as Baudelaire talks about it, which does not yet have a form. And you have to ask yourself, why do artists change the way they paint? So it's not about the Renaissance and then the Baroque. You have to say, why on earth did you have to have Caravaggio if you've got Michelangelo? Something happens, which is the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, and the need to do something with oil paint that will deal with the Catholic Church's, attempt to reclaim the space of the imagination. So if we think about art in terms of what does it do and why do people make it and how does it engage with the really deep questions, there is something going on. So when you come back to Hilma af Klint, okay, now she's going to be seen as one of the abstract artists, right? But that's because they've never understood that most of the people who were involved in abstraction were theosophists. Right? They were crazy spiritualists and they were going to occult things and they imagined you could see things. And, this is the true of Paul Klee, true of Kandinsky. They're all reading a certain kind of new mystical, semi-religious stuff, etc. And because we only allowed to see abstraction as a formal development, we don't understand that the late 19th century, just even before the horrors of the First World War, there's a withdrawal from the world. Right, so why we have everybody painting, having cups of coffee or going to bars over the Folies Bergère and going on holiday and doing, to the south of France with all the what we think of as the avant-garde artists, why is there such a withdrawal? Why is there a spiritual in art, as Kandinsky writes it? Why is Malevich withdrawing into suprematism? This is not because they want to be abstract, but there's an inadequacy between their experience of the world and the forms they have to articulate it. And as a result of that, because we have these simple stories of the progressive art, what's good, art history, and the museums particularly, systematically ignored every woman who was there. So you say, will it get better? Will it get better? The crime of the 20th century is you systematically erased the women who are there. So when we study this session today, or this thing, how many of them, right? And in every group, whether it was a progressive avant-garde or, regressive or conservative or whatever, they're there all the way through from the mid-19th century and earlier, right? And until 1900, everybody knew that. So when you read books of the 19th century, they all know about Artemisia Gentileschi and Sophonisba Anguissola and Lavinia Fontana and, what's the name, Terlink and Judith Leister. Everybody knew of them, and they're all documented. It's the 20th century. It's academic and museum 20th century art history that systematically became masculinized. So this canon is not the canon of art. It's a mostly heteronormative Western European, Western American limited understanding of art of the modern period or of any historical period. So I am not optimistic because I think, for the most part, in a sense, art history, even in its most radical forms, has never absorbed the conceptual critique that feminism has put forward. So if you want to know about the canon, please read Differencing the Canon, which is about how could I talk about artists that are in the canon and aren't in the canon in terms that transform their role from being about canonicalness, become indicators of the ways in which art tries to explore from right-wing and left-wing, from fascist and socialist, from queer and entirely sort of suprematist views, how they live and experience the world. So that's why I was interested in my paper, which is, what does this tell me? It's not just being sentimental, but subjectivity, presence, articulation of self to the world through different languages of art is framed by the things that we don't know. So like at the moment we're living in the era of this pandemic, we do not know what it means. We can't quite give it a shape, right? I don't know if this is how you feel. It's a kind of, it's a shock. We will be the generation that lived through it, and our students will be the generation. What form will it take as people try to give a form to it, just as they've tried to give a form to war, to genocide? And women have tried to give a form to what it's like to live in a world that is systemically patriarchal, sexist, probably, you know, heteronormative in its majority of its ways of thinking. And we have to difference the canon so that it no longer is canonical and becomes a way of our understanding art as something much, much more complex. And women have always been part of it. And they weren't just forgotten, they were systematically excluded to maintain a masculinist vision that was also a class vision and a narrow vision. And I think we have to take this much more seriously, and the museums give us the story of individuals, which is wonderful, but at the same time isolated from anything history in terms of, even as we've just had today, tensions, political tensions, left-right tensions, political differences, the imminence of, you know, the collapse of Europe, which would come by 1914 in the most ghastly war that they'd ever fought each other. Colonialism is the fundamental basis of Europe's wealth for 500 years of what we think of as old master painting. We have to take this into account, and that's why we can't call this woman, you know, a negress. That's the language of the colonial. She is, and I'd like to know who she was and where she came from, but she is of African descent. And that's a sign of the colonial, right at the heart of Paris, right at the moment Bielinska chooses to say her brown skin is really interesting to try and challenge myself as a way to paint.
Sorry, my name is Iwona Danielewicz. I am one of the curators of the National Museum. I would like to ask you, have you ever been in post-communist countries? Have you visited Poland or another countries? Because your point of view now, what you are talking now about, this is the problem of the West countries. Poland never had any colony. We were the colony. So your point of view is different. And another thing, if for me, the most, how to say, curious about the oeuvre art of Bielinska was that she, Renata, please correct me if it's right, but she never painted any, how to say, national, political, I will say, national subject. And in general, the Polish artists, women artists, except working in the 20th century, they were concentrated on their own problem, their own circle. So, and I will finish. Excuse me. But in the just in the beginning of the 20th century, there were the very big exhibition, Exposition Universelle in Paris, and the Polish community, which was very strong in Paris, they decided to organize an exhibition during this world exposition, the exhibition of the Polish artists working around the world. Of course, the French government not allowed it due to the political reason, especially due to the Russian power. So the Polish community living in Paris organized a small exhibition last 100 ans de la peinture polonaise. And one of the most important artists invited, except of course Matejko, Malczewski and another, was Bielinska and Boznańska. And the painting which the audience could see on this exhibition was the self-portrait of Bielinska from the National Museum in Krakow, what was one of the most important paintings from this museum. Thank you very much, and excuse me for such a long speech.
No, I'm very glad you said that, because I think it came up also again in the earlier talk about the people from the from the Baltic countries, that and this is one thing I have learned from traveling in Eastern Europe, Central Europe as you call it, I mean it seems to be Eastern, Central Europe, and also the Baltics, which is the ignorance, which was my ignorance, of the actual experiences of people under the impact of the Russian Empire, and then obviously of the various German empires and internal colonization. But I think being a subject people is different from being a colony, but that's a very small point, etc. But I understand that, and that these are very different histories in terms of emergent, but I mean, we do have an emergent nationalism in the Czech-speaking peoples, and, you know, at the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the creation of new nations are based on deep struggles for linguistic, cultural, you know, religious identities, which then, of course, produce a certain notion of a single spirit. So when you say Polish art, what counts as Polish art, like what counts as German art, what counts as British art, never includes all the people who live within the territorial and spatial, you know, share the geography, right? So this is a, you know, I'm being very subtle here, but I mean, who counts as being Polish? Who counts as being French? Who counts as being things? Whereas the woman in that, Bilinska's painting from Africa may well, like Laura in Olympia, be born a French citizen, right? But we then count French as a certain kind of thing. So this is a complicated issue, but I take your point very strongly about the need for completely widening our horizons and seeing the differences. But
Thank you so much. Renata, would you like to answer the question?
Naturalnie, naturalnie. Ja podczas tej wystawy wielokrotnie spotykałam się z...
Włączyć zielone, musi się świecić. Świeci się teraz, dobrze.
Tak? Teraz?
Teraz dobrze.
Tak samo dobrze?
Tym razem.
Dobrze. Wielokrotnie spotykałam.
So on many occasions during when making this exhibition, we ran into the question, why is Bilinska forgotten? Why is she not present in museum collections? But I'd like to point out to you that there are, Bilinska's works have always been part of our permanent exhibition, as has her Krakow self-portrait. Her self-portrait in Krakow, at the museum in Krakow, is one of the pillars of that exhibition. And when Bilinska's husband donated it in 1894, fulfilling his wife's posthumous wish. And ever since, the painting has been in the Krakow Museum ever since. And it's true, we know so little about Bilinska, but she did all she could. She left wonderful works, not many, but each of them is a monumental work that we can show, and we will be including 4 Bilinskas in our new gallery of Polish painting. We wanted to sort of introduce a bit of suspense before the exhibition, so that's why we removed them. But we've got the lady with binoculars, the African lady, and 2 more paintings. Those paintings will return to our permanent gallery after the exhibition concludes. There are works at also in Szczecin, in Wrocław, in Białystok, all of them in the permanent exhibitions. And they are the gems of those exhibitions. So it's unfortunate that she lived such a short life. Still, she was able to leave behind incredible monumental works. It's a pity that so few of them. One more thing touched upon by Ivona, namely engagé art, engaged art. My impression is that Ziembińska was not very engaged in the French community. In fact, she sort of excluded herself from it, as we can read in her notes. She was very much involved in the life of the Polish community. And we see this very much in her diary. Whenever she's free, she's spending time with the Ziembiński, reminiscing about her homeland, the steppes of the Ukraine, which are very close to her heart. She is friends with Ignacy Kozikowski, who was a teacher at the Batignolles school. And every Wednesday she invites people over, these important figures from the Polish community, the Polish emigres who fled to France after the Polish uprisings. Her father had been involved in treating these ex-insurgents, these exiles to Siberia. It's also a very patriotic figure. She is enraptured by France, she's enraptured by Paris, but she's not really using her time there to explore. And she feels a little bit guilty about this, nor does she have this false humility. She is indeed very gifted, but she removes herself from the French milieu, you could say, and devotes all of her time to art.
Our time frame, so I believe we need to finish, but it was absolutely fascinating, and I wanted to thank Griselda, Karina, Renata and Catherine for their papers. And thank you very much for listening, for being with us. And I wanted just to remind you that we meet tomorrow at 9:30 for another fascinating session dedicated to stylistic positioning as an artistic strategy in the work of Anna Bilińska and her female contemporaries. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.